Game 3, as we should be. Great. Hopefully we get as just as good as a game, just as good a game as we did in game 2. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. I do have to make sure I can actually watch the game. That'd probably be smart, you know. Probably be an intelligent thing to do. There we go. Here we go. ESPN 2. No, just ABC. Nope. Still fine. Probably 20 minutes to puck drop, as per the usual. As per the usual. I do enjoy the recaps that they do. I saw a stat earlier that Brett Howden's shooting 40% right now. Is that true? That guy's going to make a bunch of money off of just one run. Although I guess I don't know if he's actually even up for a contract. Oh, no, he's locked in. He makes 2.5. That's hilarious. Good for him. Oh, Torts would challenge it 10 out of 10 times. All right. All right. Sure, dude. A little bit of hindsight kind of tells you no, but whatever. I was so sure Vegas was going to win that in overtime, too. God, I wish Seth Jarvis was a Bruin. That'd be so fun. That'd be so fun. This crowd's going to be rocking, though. Arena tends to have a good showing in Vegas. Wow, the shot of the crowd. I'm actually kind of shocked by. Kind of thought it'd be more jerseys, more sweaters. Not that many. And maybe you're sitting there going, "Well, you're just being judgmental because you hate Vegas." Correct. Correct. Won't even argue against it. What up, Duke? How are you? What's going on? What's crack-a-lacking? Okay, I'm getting 100 messages right now. What is happening right now? Oh. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Everything's fine. Oh my gosh, yeah, we still have 20 minutes on puck drop. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. Boston Red Sox 49, more fuck cancer funds. Honestly, Red Sox being rained out, probably a blessing. Team is such dog water this year. Technically, still time to turn it around, right? But gonna need to start doing that. Really. What up, Blackhawk? Thank you for your generosity, brother. I really appreciate that. And again, to watching, any donations, any memberships that you join, anything like that on the channel, all going to charity until the end of the playoffs. They're very, very excited about that. Dog got skunked 2 nights ago. Damn, that sucks, dude. That's gonna be a while till you get that all figured out. One thing about so we used to deal with a lot of skunks in Massachusetts. Actually, I guess we really didn't run into them that often out in Worcester, but every now and again, you'd have to be aware. Carolinas, I haven't seen a skunk since I've been down here. Medium Domino's pepperoni for $7.35. That's what I call a bargain. Joey, I'm so happy for you, brother. Truly, I'm all in on you and your pizza. Oh, that reminds me. It reminds me of something that I can't actually say out loud, but it does remind me. There we go. Pizza does sound pretty good right now. Although high quality wife made Greek chicken, which she loves. I am just happy to have a home cooked meal. I don't really care what it is. I'm always just going to be super appreciative of that. 'Twas delicious. 'Twas. I can't wait for this game. I'm actually really surprised by how quickly it felt like the first 2 periods went of game 2, and then boom. Boom. Period 3 was just an explosion. Remember when $7 was too much for a Domino's pizza? Yeah, I do remember that. I remember having $5 in my pocket and being able to choose from multiple pizza places, deciding what I want to do. Pretty sure skunks don't exist in Charleston. Haven't smelled a single one in 8 or 9 years. Yeah, I don't want to say for a fact that they're not down here, but I certainly haven't dealt with one. I feel like I might have smelled them before, though. That happens all the time. I'd like Route 2 up in Worcester. You're just smelling them every couple of miles. I also haven't done like a ton of hiking or anything down here. We still have more Guinness to drink, of course. I should get a mug. I will for the next one. Honestly, I feel terrible. I feel like absolute ass. So maybe I shouldn't be, throwing the beers down, but that's a quitter attitude, You got to do what you got to do out here. And so a couple of beers is the necessity for a game. McNabb will play. All right. I'm not surprised by that by any means. I kind of want to see if he's got he must have the full cage on, right? Must. Let's deal with Larkin, and why would our media want him? Apparently he's a good 2C, but not a true 1C, but in comparison to Elias, he's still better than him, in my opinion. So, in my humble opinion, Larkin is a top 18 center in the league, something like that. He's top 20, somewhere in there. He is a true 1C. Like, he genuinely is. He doesn't bring the same defensive side that like your franchise 1Cs typically do. But no, he genuinely is a real 1C. I think he can be a 1C on a championship team. He's in that category of 1Cs where the team has to be pretty damn good behind him. But I think you can win a championship that way. So I don't buy into all the comments about him being like, he's actually a 2C or whatever. Is he a franchise kind of, holy crap, this is one of the top 15 players in the league across all positions? No, but he is genuinely a middle to just a middling top center in the league. I'm doing a poor job explaining this. I think he's worthwhile to get. He doesn't want to come here based on the reports. We'd have to give up a ton to get him based on the reports. And bleh, I'm not overly invested. It's a fun topic, but I'm not dying to get him in. Thank you so much, Duke. Yeah, that was a good time. Court's always a great guy to talk to. If you guys haven't checked it out, we did a panic/chaos draft where Bruins diehards and I went through, and we kind of talked about the teams that we think might have the most active off season and might be doing some panic moves. I think most of you are going to guess who the top two would be if you think about the league and who's most likely to panic. But past that, we had some good conversations and some curveballs. I was really surprised by a couple of the teams that he chose for it, but good conversations for sure. Thank you, Duke, for watching. It was a good time. Plus, it's those videos that I think it really shines through how much the channel is like for me, where it's something that I love to do and I enjoy, and having these conversations. I'm very, very lucky and blessed to do it. The channel wouldn't exist without you guys, obviously, but those kind of videos I think really highlight. Just I love to talk about hockey, and it's really fun to do that. Sometimes when you're ranting at the camera alone without a chat or anything, it becomes just a little more tedious. You miss having someone to riff off of, and Court's a great guy for that, and he is genuinely a great guy. McDabb is in a cage. Yeah, that I mean, I would have been pretty surprised had he just been like, you know what, I'm fine. It's multiple 1C available. No excuse for the Bruins not to get one. Racer, hold on. Multiple 1Cs available. So there's none in free agency, right? You've got Larkin available in Detroit potentially. Am I missing something here? Am I missing something big here? What other true 1C? Robert Thomas, but we don't know if he's even actually available. And here's the thing. If you were, as soon as you start talking about Hagen's or Dean in a deal for, or Toronto's first in 2028 in a deal for Larkin, I say, well, I'll call St. Louis. I don't, if we're already giving up one of our two best prospects and a pick that could have incredible value, I want Robert Thomas, not Larkin. But yeah, you're going to have to let me know what other 1Cs are available there, because my brain's not bringing them up. Why do you think top-end players don't want to come to Boston? Is it the stingy management more than anything? No, I think Boston, at least right now, is in flux. And Larkin, from the reports, what was it? It was Tampa, it was Minnesota, it was Florida, it was Dallas. I think those were the four. I think those guys are true contending teams, right? You could make an argument about Tampa. I don't know, but Boston is just not that right now in the eyes of most players. Also, if somebody's going to force their way out of a franchise and it's truly just like, I get to choose where I go, there's some teams in better weather, there's some teams that don't demand a similar like defensive forward style, which that's where you start talking more about like, is the management. But no, I don't think it has anything to do with our front office is preventing guys from coming in or anything like that. Court did swear. He dropped I think he said shit at one point. Yeah. Very, very rare for him to swear. I love it. Bruins diehard saying he was okay with Minton going as part of a trade for Larkin made me ill. Yeah. But he has a sound logic for it, because Larkin is a better player than Minton is going to turn into, and you're trying to maximize Pasta's window. So whereas I would vomit like you if that happened, I do understand the reasoning behind it. Assuming now that Larkin wants out of Detroit, if he actually gets moved, does this mean Detroit is going to start tanking and rebuild? Because I could have sworn they were rebuilding already. I mean, it's been a 10-year stretch of sort of a 7-year stretch of rebuilding, really, I guess. But I don't know. They're supposed to have that next wave, right? They keep talking about this prospect pipeline, but what have we seen from that? And when you look at their roster, you really do there's Sider, who's, going to be a top 5 guy in his position for the next 10 years, we think. There's Raymond, who's going to be a top 15 guy at his position. There's nothing else that you're sure about on that squad. There's guys you like. There's Finney and there's Casper and there's Danielson's behind. It might be coming up and looking kind of good. There's a defenseman Edvinson who might be really good. We don't really know with those guys, and there's still a lot of question marks about them. They have not built this out after years of tanking. They have not built this out in an impressive way at all. Pup Facial, hope you're doing well as well. Thank you for joining us. Today is one of our dog's birthdays. Little Zedward, our oldest guy, he turned 12. So we did a walk around the area near me, and we got him a little doggy ice cream and celebrated and whatnot. What up, No Shield? Screw the Canes. There you go. I'm still rooting for the Canes, but I feel you. Home team loses only for the series. Yeah. I mean, didn't the Canes and Bruins have a series where neither could win on the road? Or was that neither could win at home? I don't remember. What up, Bad News Matthews? I hope it's a good game. I hope it's a good game, or the Canes put in like 11 goals. What's up, Tegan? I'm definitely going to have to grab a beer before this starts with the way this is going. Every time I look at the Knight and think he's cringy and dumb, I have to remember that the kids in the crowd must be going absolutely bonkers. They must be loving this. JM, what's going on? How are you? I have the large majority of the Bruins trade with every franchise prep done, and I'll sit down and record the whole thing in one go. And likely get it out. I potentially am getting that out tomorrow. So that's finally going to get off the to-do list, which I'm looking forward to. That's been fun. And unfortunately, projects like that where I'm like, okay, we'll make a trade with every team. I know I'm going to embarrass myself. I know I'm going to say a bunch of stuff that people are going to yell at me for. I'm just aware of this. The more you start trying to do trades with teams, the more you realize that I thought I knew what was going on with this franchise, and you have to do deeper and deeper dives to figure out what's actually going on with them. It's a real highlight of how little you actually know. If Larkin actually goes, then for sure the Detroit fans would just lose all hope. Seeing the last home game of the regular season, you can tell they just had enough, and I bet they gave up. You're making a fine point. Like, I don't want to be argumentative about it. The amount of Red Wings fans that I've seen be like, good, get him out of here. We need value for him anyway. He's not part of what's going to be a championship Red Wings team. I'm surprised by how well, not all, but a lot of Red Wings took this news, be like, good, yes, Yzerman wasn't going to do it. Let's force the hand. Let's get him out. Really surprised by that. Curse Buffalo, though. Yeah, 2022, both teams only won at home. That would have been 2022 is the year the playoffs were happening, because the 2022-2023 season was the record-breaking one, right? So it must have been the year before that, yeah. And then the Bruins lost Game 7 because they didn't have a Weiss. Trade with every team. McDavid for Lysell seems fair. I toyed with it. Couldn't make it work, Just couldn't make it work, but I looked into it. There's a couple that I think I'm being a little clever with. And then there's a bunch where I just typed a synopsis for the team and realized I didn't actually get to a trade. Like right now, single space, my notes are 11 pages long. Which I know when I do the video, you're going to be like, how the hell did you have 11 pages for this? But it's just, you just start typing and go through it. I hope Torts Golden Knights win the cup. My favorite coach in the league. Is he actually? Oh, I got to grab a beer now. I'll be right back. I want an answer to that, though. All right, I'm back. Yeah, the pregame shows are a lot. I don't know. I know the kids love them. That's the thing. Is every time like this is cringy and dumb, I just remember I'm getting older. And some people, like adults, still love them too. I'm not saying that if you're actually vibing with it, it makes you a child. It's just not my vibe, But also, I haven't gotten to the stage in life where the talk shows really get me either, like intermission or pregame. I'm not like locked in on what they're saying at all. Background noise, sure, but so I don't know. I'm just in between the ages right now. Think about it. Karma came for the Panthers that season because they lost the Cup final like 9-3, and Bobby led an 8. Yeah, but they had so many injuries that the excuses were just they were fine. Also, it was such a miracle run. Ugh, I just I would have traded a few. It's like the Pats in 2007, right? I would trade 2011 for that one pretty quickly. Because even with it had the Bruins won the cup that year, especially had they won it in like dominant fashion. And Bruins fans would be like, that's the greatest team of all time. That is the greatest hockey team of all time. And all the analytics nerds would be like, absolutely, it's not. And their analytics would say so. And I get it. Like, historians of the game would be like, no, this was just magic. It was a magical season. They're not the best team ever. But Bruins fans would just get to be like, scoreboard, dude. I don't know what to tell you. The best record ever, best team ever. Suck it. God, it would have been so fun to just purposely be obtuse too when someone's like, well, the 1984 Islanders or whatever. Me. Scoreboard. Scoreboard. Chief, hope you're doing well too. At least Carter Hart doesn't have to hear any very specific chants this game. I don't believe in the President's Trophy curse. Also, mathematically, the President's Trophy winner still wins more cups than any other like position of entering the playoffs. Saying multiple 1C available is probably an overstatement from me, but I do remember some rumors about Barzal and Heischer possibly being available, most likely unofficial rumors. Barzal, I would believe, and that might come up in the trade video. Heischer would be an ungodly level of front office malpractice. I mean, you would. I don't even know how to explain it. Yeah, it's his last year before he comes to UFA next year. He's 27. He is what, the second best defensive forward in the game, and he's no slouch offensively. He sure is an incredible hockey player. If he's available, I would be very, very interested in getting him in Boston. I just cannot imagine he's actually available. It just doesn't make sense. I would love that. I would love that so much. But no, Racer, genuinely, I don't think the Bruins are walking out of this offseason with a 1C. And even if there were 3 or 4 available, you have to remember that the Bruins have really just had 1 year of retooling. They rebuilt a little bit of a prospect pipeline, and they have some assets for drafts, but there are still teams with higher level prospects that are turning the corner that would have a much easier time offloading the amount you need to bring in a 1C through a trade. Even if there were 3 or 4 available, the odds of the Bruins getting one would be pretty low. It takes time to really rebuild a asset closet, an asset cupboard. I'm impressed the Bruins have been able to do so much with just the really one bad year. The Shagster, brother, how are you doing? It's been a while. Haven't been online much recently. Wanted to pop in and tell you I played golf today with undrafted Blue Jackets goalie prospect Nolan Lalonde. My buddy also crashed our golf cart, but that's less cool. I almost crash the golf cart every time I golf, so I want your buddy to know that it's okay. Oh, Fernando Mendoza's in the house. That's pretty fun. Nolan Lalonde, huh? I don't know much about him. Cool guy? That seems pretty cool. That sounds like a fun time. Will Vegas ever have a bad season? Even when they haven't made the playoffs, the record was never losing from what I remember. I'm sure over the years they may start finishing 8th. I mean, the Pied Piper's coming eventually, right? Maybe they have it right where they're going to go, look, you're going to be forced into a rebuild someday anyway, and maybe we're speeding that up, but let's make sure we capitalize on our window to an extreme degree. No team can be great forever, though. Who knows, though? 25 years for Detroit. Thank you. Thank you, Hilton. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. We had a fun time. Court's a great dude. Wes McCauley on the call. Here we go. Oh, we got a GoPro on his head too. Puck drops. All right, we're off. We're off. Puck's in deep early. I'm the coach at Bridgewater Banator. He was identical to Torts. Ah, I think he does reek of Marlboros. McNabb's starting, huh? Wow. What good are assets if we can't develop talent? Yeah, that's a very valid. I mean, us and Detroit are having that conversation, right? I mean, this is they're looking ready. Both teams look ready to go here. That's an early forecheck win for him too. You're gonna need to see a lot of that from the Canes to have kind of a more consistent effort in this one. Can't turn it over the blue line though. Yikes. Vegas 32, Florida 31. Best way to make everyone happy. Oh, finishing? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I would certainly be okay with that. Except as long as they lose the draft lottery. Okay, deep again. I don't think Heishier is available, but I do think that Sonny Meta has some work to do with his younger guys. The previous GM giving Luke Hughes that contract is likely to cause problems. Yes, I. We said it on the video today. Giving Luke Hughes that deal before he showed that he was even going to be a decent player, uh, it told everybody in the room that we're not a serious franchise. We're not trying to win. I think it sent a message to a couple guys that they would just, I don't want to be here. Oh, I thought that tested Carter Hart for a second. It didn't even get to him. Oh, the shot that hit McNabb was only 87 miles per hour. He's fine. Oh, little rebound control there. Carter Hart playing like this has just been such a huge difference for Vegas. And Aiden Hill was not it this year. I like this pressure from Carolina, though. I mean, this is a couple shifts now that they're at least getting the puck into the offensive zone. There you go. Good find. Oh, didn't have enough speed. Stank to Blake to Hall. Goes past Hall. Another guy I really wish was on the Bruins is Stankoven. He's a great player, but also the name is just perfect. Got his channel through a joint video of the two of you maybe a month ago, and I haven't missed a video since. You both play well off each other. Dude, Court's awesome, man. I really appreciate the kind words. He's a really great dude. Just fun to chat hockey with. Back in the offensive zone again. This second line for Carolina, man. And Taylor Hall wins another puck for a second. That's a great play by Hurdle. Oh. The proof through the night, yeah. The little add-ons to the anthems are always fun. Bad news, Matthews, you're going to be hammering tequila. Land sharks. Excellent. Just do your best to keep it appropriate, you know? And be nice. Aiden Hill was never quite it, but he's one of those goaltenders where you're like, we can win with you if the team is stacked enough. Although I guess this year he was so bad in moments that you kind of maybe that's not true. Is your game the Skycam? No, I don't have the Skycam going. Are they doing that on one of the sites? With a booze. What's everyone so upset about? Yeah, Dad, go with the cage. Good choice. It's a bold strategy. I mean, Carolina again. They really Vegas. Oh, nice thing. Vegas gets a chance here. Jasmine, hope you're having a great night. Hope the grad party was great. It was a midday grad party. How about that? You got cut by your I don't mean to it's funny though. Like you get that, right? That's a funny statement to be. You ever see Monty Python and the Holy Grail? I mean, you're very young, so probably not, but it's a it's a rabbit scene that's reminds me of. And then that does night 2 for their former IHL team. Getting down there in the leagues. Vegas finally getting some pressure and pretty much immediately. Excellent. I'm only here to mean people in Toronto fans. Same, but Kings fans. Oh, here's a chance. 2-on-1. Couldn't get a hold of it. Hey guys, you ever notice how Eichel never loses the puck? Let's start that again, shall we? Eichel right back into the zone. Very super intentional drop pass. No. I mean, what a great pass though by Miller to get it up to Jarvis there. I mean, like Carolina's really this low to high is working early for him. Only 2 shots, but still. Monty Python and the Holy Grail is peak cinema. Truly, truly. I saw a meme recently where they did they put the scenes of Monty Python and the Holy Grail in Elden Ring gameplay. A+ work. Yeah, I have ABC going through a stream. McNabb with the flesh wound. Oh no, this is gonna be Monty Python quotes all night. I'm glad you're okay, Jasmine. I have large dogs, so I definitely know the scratch life well. All right. We are 4 minutes and 38 seconds in. Whistle goes. To say neat. We either say neat. Oh, you have the Hulu. Yeah. The Hulu TV or whatever it's called. We're all spending $140 on a mixed match of streaming stuff. I never got Carolina's away jerseys look like that. They're not my favorite. Honestly, it's really the band. It's the band at the bottom and the shoulders. Like I just don't. I love their Black Flag jerseys though. I'm, Boston Red Sox. I'm just gonna read them all out and do the voices. I'm gonna try not to do that. I appreciate them though. How many crash outs would Torts have if he being the Bruins coach? I bet Zaddy gets benched most of the time. I think the opposite. I think Torts would have loved Zaddy. I think he would. He just loves a little rough and tough, you know? Oh, wow. Really bad rebound control by Anderson there. This is that's really great support to keep that puck out of your zone. And more great support. Take a look at this. This is what the Bruins need to do. Notice that every time a Canes player is part of like a puck battle, there is another Canes Oh, the block! They're supporting each other so well, but they're not getting in super tight, meaning if the battle is lost, they're in no position to actually help recover the puck. Look at these chances in tight, though. Yep, just get that on. Just get on that, yeah. Guys, you know how we talk about Boston not playing the young guys? Torts wouldn't help that. Just throwing that out there. I don't trust a single person who said the series would be boring going into it. It's had excellent TV ratings, too. Oh, Jasmine. Oh, no, that is a little scary. And that's another great play. I'm talking here. Did they call timeout? It said hand pass, but media timeout. Yeah, this is gonna be a good one. Just seeing how they're moving the puck already. What's up, Jack? It's Guinness again. I've got like 4 left. We're gonna be finally be done with Guinness, which is bad because then I usually get back to liquor drinks. Doesn't take long for liquor drinks to make me a little goofy on stream. Campus would be the one getting benched if Torts was coach. Just reading the Monty Python quotes. No, I things that Canes already are doing really well. That support is there. They've also done a good job on the breakouts that Vegas is trying to do from their end. They'll move the puck to the strong side, right? Strong side has the puck. The skater's behind the goal line, moves to say the glove side, but he's behind the goal line. He's usually going to have a guy in waiting somewhere at the top of that same side circle. The Canes are basically trying to have a F1 first forward sitting in the slot and then have F2 blocking off that first pass avenue directly up that side. So you're going to force one of two things. You force Vegas to come back to. God, this commercial is very loud in my ears. You're forcing Vegas to come back on the weak side so you can wrap it back around, and then Canes are going to try to do the same thing, right? Or you have to make these longer passes, off the wall passes, arcing passes, which are just easier to create turnover spaced out of them. So much of and when you get to the Stanley Cup Finals, especially, so much of it is about how we position ourselves to prevent a play that would happen 3 passes from now. Canes have already come out with a great game plan for it. They look good. Someone told you to kiss their dog and they had a great time. That's awesome. Bell's jersey, maybe $120. This is while he was at UMass as well. It wasn't super expensive, and it's not a great quality jersey, but I love having it. Canes fan buddy had the best time in game 2. I couldn't he called me at like 1 a.m. He's driving home. Oh! Jarvis with the bouncing puck in the slot. He called me at like 1 a.m. to just kind of talk about the experience. I stayed up after the stream because I knew he was going to call me. He's great. He's having a great time. He's probably nervous now, but that game 2 was. We also realized that he just witnessed the best sporting event he will ever go to in his life. Oh, huge opportunity! Carter Hart with the positioning. Likely he never witnesses in first person a better sporting event for him. Do we know who Steve Dangle picked for the series? I haven't checked in with him for a bit. Not that I'm on like talking terms with him or anything like that. So what you want about Sturm? He played the guys who earned it, which is why we saw Mitty Kuzi get so much ice time. I think Sturm, as long as he's like growing in the role and not staying the same as his past year, is going to be a good coach. As a rookie coach, I was pretty impressed with what he was able to do. He had the Golden Knights in 6. I saw a lot of people saying that it was like, oh, the Golden Knights have this easily. I just think this is going to be a battle throughout. It's still not that first line getting these scoring chances, though. They got to find something. Brett Howden broke a very interesting and niche record if you'd like to hear it. I would. Give me a second, though. What's up, Dampin? A niche record. You know what? I'm not going to get it. You got to tell me. I realize now that, like, what are we doing? We're going to make up a bunch of stuff? Look at this. The rotation again by the Canes. They win that battle. Great little legal pick there. Puck back the other way, up to the point. Work it to the left. Nope. It's going right back down the boards. That's what they with Chatfield. He's not going to hold on longer than he should. He's going to make a play, even if it's not the right one. Again, though, Vegas is doing a really good job with defensive passing route. What's going on, man? Most goals scored in the regular season that was surpassed by the playoff goal total. That's incredible. Yeah, shooting 40% will do that for you. All right, huge opportunity for Vegas here. Oh, Freddie, you never even saw that. Never mind. Canes are going to break it out. Oh, no stick for Hall. He gets one off the bench. Puck in deep. Stankoven in deep. And he wins the battle. All right, at least gets the whistle on that end. This second line just cannot stop getting into the offensive zone. You love to see it. I've had 12 in the regular season, 13 playoff goals so far. He's been nuts, man. I mean, Halsey's been on it all series, right? All playoffs. That's a little scary. If Keandre Miller's not feeling well, he's been largely their best defenseman through the playoffs so far. That would be a huge loss. Oh, yeah, team high in minutes. That makes sense. Not a big Guinness fan, was drinking Fireball on Dr. Pepper today. Not a big Fireball fan. I like Guinness. I don't like it so much that I want to drink 60 beers in a month and a half, but, I like Guinness. Specifically tonight. Halsey hat trick? That'd be so good. Claude Lemieux, of all people, to bring up right now. Yeah, previous record. That's crazy. RIP indeed. Oh, my stream's free. Oh, we're back. All right, we're fine. We're back. We did play a shortened season of 45 games, if it's worth mentioning. Oh, I didn't know that. I'm making it like 85 on the last effort on Earth to be taking a hit from Barbershop. That feels. That would be your last moment. Although I guess at that point, Barbashev's also up there in age. I'm really liking Carolina's game early here. I'm really liking this. This is, I mean, another. Uh-oh, hold on. Am I talking too soon? The 3-on-3. Oh, if that pass is a little softer. Whoo! Just want a repeat of game 2. I'd take that. Yeah, absolutely. It's a tough pass from Hall. Damn it, what happened? I thought he was feeling it. Oh, look how aggressive Vegas is being, too. They didn't wait to contain that breakout play. They went right at him. Look at him again. Eichel's rushing in. They're making them earn it. You got to go up ice on our pace. We want this moving. That's twice in a row. Vegas had 3 guys pushing for a turnover. That can bite them too, but they must be really confident in their ability to get back if necessary. Yeah, Icarus, I got to say, the whole Mark Stone stuff, we talk about his injuries all the time. His injuries are because he plays like that, right? He's so physical all the time. Fun fact, Kiki, when he played in junior, had 29 points in 30 games in the playoffs. It's pretty good. Another commercial already, jeez. I might have included Geeky in a trade for that video. I might have. I don't want to step on it too much. Yeah, I did. How much value does Morgan Geeky actually have in a trade? Just curious, right? Because he's scored like 70. I just looked at this. This isn't me having a great memory. I just looked at this. It was 72 goals in the past 2 seasons, which ranks 15th, tied with one David Pastrnak. That's 2 seasons. That's not a small sample size anymore. That's 2 seasons. 72 goals. Top 15 in the league. If I was to trade Geeky right now, making $5.5 million for the next 4 years, something like that, and he's scoring 35 plus a year, I feel like I'm dragging this out, so I'm waiting to see Jasmine's comment about her. Just pure anger. I'm not I'm not a geeky hater. But when talking about trades, I am curious, what is the value for a guy like Geeky? Because it has to be really high right now, right? It must be a very, very high value. A first and a third feels like, why would I give up a guy who scores 35 goals a year and makes less than 6 million for a first and a third, right? Like it feels like it would be more than that. But also, I say out loud Morgan Geeky for a first and a third, and that makes sense. To be fair, prime Geeky was McDavid, current Geeky equals Jeff Villa. We saw prime Geeky a couple of months ago, you know, not in the playoffs, unfortunately, but you know, loaded land shark trade. Take a bottle of land shark, drink 2 ounces, replace that with silver tequila, add a pinch of salt. I gotta try that. I'll try that. I mean, I'm fine with land shark. I'm fine with tequila. Why wouldn't I like that? This is another low shot total start to the game. Oh, look at this. The first line getting some offensive zone time. No, they're not. Never mind. They have it, sort of. No. They just can't create any scoring chances. A second liner and a second rounder, most likely. Maybe a prospect. And we are usually when I ask a Bruins fan about a value of a Bruins player in a trade, it's like crazy exaggerated. Just ridiculous. With Geeky, for some reason, we all seem to be like, you know, some decent value. VL is money. Definitely has some value, especially on that contract. But do other GMs view him as a guy elevated by Pastor or as someone who can do that with anyone around him? I think that would be a big part of the conversation. But a lot of what he's done has actually been without Pasta, especially this last year. A lot of neutral zone play again. I think Geeky's value isn't as high as Zaka. I think if Geeks has another 30 goal season in 26-27, then his value would be legit. Zaka has the positional stuff, right? Because he can play 2C and be serviceable. Uh-oh. Nah, they couldn't get to it. A little deflected slot pass. And Vegas gets one deep. Can they get to work here? 7:07 left. Nobody being able to find some real big scoring opportunities here. We've seen a couple little ones, but nothing major. And they're gonna ice that. Talking about a guy who's had 8 less goals than Jason Robertson past 2 seasons. One of those seasons, Geeky was on a team that finished bottom 5. I mean, this is what I'm saying. This is why I'm right there with you. I am also part of that group that's like, he can't keep doing this, right? He has never been a playoff performer since being in the NHL, but this year in the playoffs is better than the last 2 times he's been in the playoffs. Yeah, he's also to defend Geeky, and which is what you were doing, honestly. Like, I understand that you love Geeky. He ever been on a good team in the playoffs? Like a really, really good one? Again, they can't get anything going. Vegas is getting stuffed out. Maybe so mad that now I can't do homework. I'm sorry, Jasmine. I hope your homework goes well, though. And happy birthday, of course. He's too streaky like DeBrusque was. I don't. I am not the right person to have that take around because streakiness just is a natural part of hockey. Unless you are, you know, one of the top 10 guys in the league, you're basically streaky. Vegas finally getting some chances here. Just getting some stuff to the net, though. None of that felt like super intentional. And Gigi's streaks are long, too. It felt like DeBrusque had short, quick ones where Gigi's like scoring a bunch for a long time, then not scoring for a long time. So the streaky conversation, it's very rare for me to kind of agree with that on a player's value. Zaka also has a special teams advantage. You can play both PK and PP. Well, PK only plays PP. Yeah. Saka's just so versatile. Ah, no support there for Aho. Oh, he got a stick on that. That's not a hand pass. That was back home. If anyone on our team is streaky, it's Husadinov. I would argue that about half our team is fairly streaky. To be fair, Seattle made it further in the playoffs with him. Did true, but Seattle. Also, offensively, Seattle has never even looked good, right? I agree with the racer. If I was playing with Pasta, I could probably score one goal, and I haven't even skated in 10 years. I think I could. You give me a whole season on Pasta's wing, eventually, right? Let's be honest. I'm injured in the first game. Someone blows me the fuck up, and there it goes. But if I'm like invulnerable, I'm just gonna park in front of the net, hopefully take one off the wiener, and boom, goal. What up, Bruins 132? Longer streaks kind of confirm it. Little Pav is great though. I don't know what you mean by confirm it. I just the one bummer with Geeky is that like the tail end of the year was so bad. He just was so good for the large majority. He had that one 12 or 13 game streak in the middle of the season, but otherwise was like great. And then the last month and a half, he just couldn't get it going. Hell yeah, Jack. I assume you're going to Buffalo games and not Bruins games. I'm I'm gonna go out on a limb here and assume you mean Buffalo. Seattle is where offense goes to die. Dude, Shane Wright and then Matty Beniers, I don't know what they did to this guy. Like, yeah, obviously his defense was always going to be better than his offense, but my goodness, that guy's a shell of the player that I thought he would be. And I don't think that's on me having poor projections. Seattle is screwing these guys up. Am I misremembering? I swear that, yeah, there was a blip in the middle, and then he had a great scoring run again. And then, like, the end of the season was just nothing. Brian, we met in Toronto a couple years ago. Hell yeah, dude. I hope you're doing well. Put Kaslik on the first line next season and give him a 30-goal season. Yeah, why not? Sure. I'm just gonna agree with it. Oh, Chatfield not on the bench. Uh-oh. This is getting scary. A couple defensemen already feeling not great in this one. 3-on-3 back the other way. Tries a little shimmy shake, doesn't work. And Kane's get it right back. Is that icing? That's not icing. Sabres kids definitely. Yeah, that makes sense. Uh Brandon Montour is just a stud. He's just so good. I think everyone in our top six streakiness comes from the juggling lines. Great players in the last two seasons with some lines have huge advantage of the streakiness department. I have a question then, because if we're going to keep talking about streakiness, what do you define streakiness as? Right? Because 39 goals is 39 goals. That's an awesome total. He's a huge reason we even made the playoffs. There's just pockets of the season where it's obviously streaky. But I'd rather have a player like that, right, than a guy who's, scoring 22, but is scoring a goal every third or fourth game consistently. Think the Bees offer sheet anyone? I know people say Robertson, but I'm not sold on the player. I don't think they end up offer sheeting anyone, if we're going to be honest. I there are some candidates that I would look at. Schneider out of New York would obviously be a risk, but I could see them trying that. Oh, here we go. Huge up. Oh, he whiffs on the shot. Who was it that whiffs? Oh, that's brutal. Wait, who has 5 I missed this. Hold on. I'm trying to get back up to speed here. 5 goals in his last 4 games? Oh, here we go, Canes again. Oh, you had the pass! Good save by Hart, though. Good save by Hart. The second line once again going to work. It's picking up a little bit here. Oh, yeah, no, the Geeky did. I get it. Okay, okay, okay. I'm catching up again. All right. Yeah, I was gonna say, I remember like March being terrible for him. Carolina back in the zone. Yeah, you can't no blue line turnovers right now. You've been a better team all period. You can't give up an easy odd man break. I am currently at 2:50 left of the clock. Oh, Vegas! Oh, Vegas! Big block. Big block. Wes McCauley helps out a little bit there. Thank you, Zebras. Blocking the pass. I just to catch up on. I will catch up, but we're locked in for a moment as Carolina tries to take this out of their zone. Oh, can he win the race though? Carrier has no one to help him. No one to help him. Vegas is going to take it away. Might have gotten away with a hold there too. Uh-oh. 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 Do we have a delay of game? Uh-oh. We'll let them converse. We'll talk to you guys for a second here. Hold on. Yeah, the whole team was bad in the playoffs. Like the goal scoring dried up badly. I think Gigi is overcoached. Like when you have Bergie is giving him bumper training. So I would agree with that. I feel like the whole team at the end of the year was kind of like there was a lot of messaging coming through in the last few, let's call it 6 weeks of the season. Uh, and they were trying to adjust to so many things. And I think a couple of them it really hurt, and Geeky being a big one. Because Geeky himself was like, I'm in my head, you know? Oh, yeah. Them letting Geeky walk, playing him minimal minutes, like bottom 6 minutes, and he's outperforming those minutes with his actual scoring throughout. Like you look at the point totals and the expected goals totals, despite only playing, what was it, 12 minutes a game? And then you let that guy walk. Great. I mean, great job by Sweeney. Let's give him a lot of credit. Yeah, Jasmine's the world's biggest geeky fan. I think number one fan, right? I think that's right, Jasmine. Geeky's exceptional performance that gives us the jump start at the beginning of the season makes the team believe they can win is what led them to being successful. Huge part of it. Huge part of it. Knicks just have to win the cup, and then it can become October. I do not want the Knicks to win this. It looks like they are going to, but it was a fun, cute story for the Knicks. But it's still a New York team at the end of it. Laura and Potsy for Connor Geeky Geek Squad trademarked. How is Connor Geeky doing over in Tampa? Yeah, I do think you definitely need more than that, but 137 left. More offensive zone time for the Canes. Look at them pursue this. Jackson Blake just sprinting around for this puck. Are they going to win this back? Nah, they do get it out. That's not going to be icing either. Gigi did score the funniest goal by far. I don't think I give enough credit to the tragedy that was the Arvidsson injury. I kept talking about, can we get through here? 2-on-1? No, it's just a breakaway. Oh, Miller, I thought he had a little space there, short side. Carter Hart with a big save. 56 seconds left. Kane's pinning him in. Oh, a bouncy puck over the shoulder of Hart's glove. More pressure. No. Are they calling the penalty? It doesn't look like it. I kept talking about Arvidsson's next contract and how bummed I was for him because how he basically revived his career in Boston this year, and I didn't give enough credit to the fact that Arvidsson never felt like the guy he was supposed to who was supposed to have a bunch of goals and be a line driver for our team, and, he was just a nice addition, especially a middle six trigger man, and he was way more than that, and I don't know if I ever truly came around on that, you know? I should have, but sometimes you just get too stuck in an opinion that you have. I'm certainly no stranger to that. We were making fun of the team for Gigi Zaka Pasta being the top line, but then it started working and didn't stop working. I mean, it's really that middle stat Zaka Arvidsson line that I bashed for months, and they just kept scoring. It was just weird. Healthy scratch in the playoffs, Connor Geeky or yeah, Connor Geeky. I had to make sure I had the right Geeky there. Connor Geeky was, yeah. It looks like he's got something. Connor got engaged this week, like a week ago. That's awesome. Oh, a Patra Geeky swap, maybe? 6 seconds. Are they going to get enough to get a shot on that? No. There you go. It's a decent first. Obviously, the Canes look way, 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 way better. Oh, I'm gonna be well behind anybody else's because there's a delay on this stream in general. I don't want to spoil the game for anyone. Connor Geeky is literally just Kent Johnson on a different blue team. So I don't know, Evie, if you mean that as a compliment or an insult. Because there are some that think Kent Johnson is getting destroyed by Columbus, but is going to be a really good player. And then there are others saying that he was a bust. Going to be tough to crack the Tampa roster when you're not a bottom six kind of player, too. The team, you want to talk about how the Bruins are like, you don't fit the mold, you don't belong on the team. When the team was good, like really good, right? That was more of a conversation of, well, they know what they want to build and it's working. Like they're in the picture every year. And we're going to walk away. I mean, we have walked away from the Bergeron, Krejci, Chara era and say they should have won more cups. They should have. That core should have had at least 2 cups, and they didn't. And it's a bummer. But I think there's a parallel universe out there that team wins 3 through that decade and a half, and we're just kind of thinking about them in a different way. But we always have these era defining cores that, I mean, you talk about like the lunch pail and stuff like that. Guys that weren't super successful as far as cups, but you'll remember them because they're impactful. Over the shoulder parts glove. I mean, you get it. You get it. Pete Blackburn put it best. The second line was the "Who Want Me" line. Pete Blackburn always says it best. He really does. There is a lot of geeky talk on this channel. SC Sox fan. There is a lot of geeky talk. I hear you're a bit of a geeky yourself. That's what the rumor mill's saying. PK cosplay Michael Jackson. I haven't looked at his outfit. I haven't paid attention. I'll have to peek my head over once they start yapping. Derogatory to the management. Got it. For your Connor Geeky and Kent Johnson comparison. Valid. I think I'm with you on that. I you guys are really hauling on PK. I got to see what he's got going on. My Chemical Romance, excellent. We won in 2019. Sure doesn't feel like it, brother. Sure doesn't feel like it. We're all geeking for geeky buffs. SC Sox fan is just a geek through and through, That's just who he is as a human being. If he's not geeking, he's not happy. I don't know exactly what was going on with Sagan in the early 2010s, but I think they should have given a bit more grace for a 22-year-old to act like a 22-year-old. Yes. It depends on which conspiracy theory you want to believe. Did he bang Nathan Horton's wife? Well, now you got to trade him because Horton will kill that man. Like, Kill him. Was he banging Chiarelli's daughter? I don't know what the end result of that, but it probably isn't good. Uh, I'm curious, and I mean, questions we'll never know the answer to, but what would that 2010s team like? Savard never gets hurt, and Sagan never gets traded. What an embarrassment of riches, you know? Obviously, I think things have to happen for both of those things to stay true, but at least Tampa has the talent to where I understand. You can make the argument that Tampa could definitely make room for a couple more game changers. But also, I don't know a fan base that's unified in keeping a prospect out of the lineup that they like. I'm going to have to start my third Guinness here shortly. That's going to be a requirement. Hamilton is back on the market. Yeah. I mean, that's something that the Bruins should obviously stay away from, but I am guessing Hamilton has. Let me just jump over here real quick. No movement clause. Yeah. He's not going to come back to Boston. And again, I don't really want him. But if I'm the Devils, I'm trading Hamilton before Nemec. Like that's a no-brainer. How many games has Hamilton averaged over the last 5 years? Let's see. That's actually better than I thought over the last 5. 77 this last year, and then it's 64, 20. That'll bring the average down. 82, 62, and 55 before that, 47 before that. Yeah. Guy doesn't play a lot of games. Turns out I already had the Devils open in Puckpedia for some reason. Oh, I haven't. I'll have to wait to the other commercials. I will see what PK Subban is wearing. I will check it out. I will see it. For those of you who were able to watch our little Panic Chaos draft from earlier today, those of you who haven't, feel free to check it out. But if any of you had any thoughts who you would have taken higher on that list, what teams that you might have been, no, this is the Panic team? The commercials during the Stanley Cups are always so good. The hockey commercials. I do find it weird that they take money and time to create these, to play these commercials during the actual game. We're already watching. You don't need to convince me. You can't get a puck sign from him? Have you been able to? I feel like you and I have talked about this a little while back. That I can't remember, but that you almost were able to get a signed puck from him. I can't remember. You might have a story to tell there, though. I have absolutely no clue what is going on with other franchises. Dude, it is so hard. Like, I used to be far more critical of national broadcasters in particular, but in general of people having dumb takes about the Bruins. And then I started this YouTube channel, and you have to talk about other teams naturally as you're doing it. And look, I work more than a full-time job, and I have family and whatnot. It's not my day job to commit myself to hockey. So I still am pretty critical of national broadcasters for not knowing certain things, but it is genuinely so hard to keep up with the nuances of every single franchise. I remember when Dangle, Bruins Leafs in the first round 2 years ago, something like that. And Dangle was like, some no name is going to score the first goal. It was Beecher. And he didn't know who Beecher was, right? And Bruins fans torched Steve Dangle for not knowing who Jonathan Beecher was because he was a first-round pick for the Boston Bruins. I could not name the last 5 first-round picks for Toronto. Could I name one of them? It is so hard to keep track to the level that a fan of that franchise will respect you. like authentically respect you. I think the national broadcasters could do a way better job. A few of them in particular. Oh yeah, very Michael Jackson-esque. Ooh, I hate to say it. Dude looks great. That's a great look for him. That's a really good look for PK Subban. Anyway, what was I talking about? Yeah, no, I just think it's an impossible task, especially if you're not your job to this is why I fear these videos where the Bruins are gonna trade with 31 other franchises. I'm gonna have so many people. Now it's gonna be a long form video, so it won't be one of those like 5,000 people watched it, and so I'm not gonna get torched that badly. But out of the 1,200 to 2,200 people that watch this video, I am gonna have people be like, "You are a dumb asshole who I hate so much because you're a big stupid idiot boy because you didn't know this about my team." And sometimes it is something obvious where I go, I can see why I should have known that. And then other times it is, dude, I wouldn't have known that had I been a fan of your team. What are you talking about? You know, it's going to happen. Oh, Cowan is probably a first rounder. Yeah, probably, right? They probably took him in the first round. Probably. Can the Bees please get a D-man that's competent under 30, please? And no, I love the panic list from today. Great. They probably can. My fear is they're going to go get another forward. They want another forward so badly. Whether that means re-signing Peak or, going to get Cody CC. I don't know, who's not under 30 for what it's worth. But they should come away from this free agency and trade season in general with another right-handed defenseman somewhere. They should. Dad almost got hit by a puck at the same junior team Geeky played for, but never got signed puck by Geeky. Well, I've got my fingers crossed for you someday that you're going to get one. I mean, I'll keep my eye out. I don't know if I'm going to ever have access to that, but I'll keep my eye out. I like Beecher, but I get why they let him go. For sure. Yeah. For sure. There's a national broadcast of the Dangle is they have days to prepare if it's the postseason. Yeah. Yeah, Chris, I'm right there with you, dude. It just drives me nuts when it's obvious stuff. And this postseason, the easiest thing to harp on is the not being able to say Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen. Like, that's just rude. That's just you are in such a place of privilege. If I ever had a YouTube channel about hockey for my day job, the amount of privilege that gives me, to be able to not have to work a regular job. And you could talk famous actors do this all the time. It's actually hard. I know it's hard. I know that there are hard days, right? When you're a famous actor and you can't go out in public and you go to these movie sets and you have these long, arduous days, 12, 14-hour days, and you're sitting in makeup for 6 hours. I've literally done some of that. And I know some of those days are long and it sucks. But you make a bunch of money to do something that's fun, to do something that's like a passion, something that's closer to a hobby. It's such a level of privilege that they should be grateful for and put effort into. And to have these guys that, I mean, I get it. Some of them are ex-players who just see this as just kind of a gig after the fact. It's just not the right level of respect for the job. Broadcaster definitely has their bias, and a lot of these broadcasts don't like Boston. Just got to roll your eyes and move on. Yeah, I think a lot of franchises feel that way, and I think non-national broadcasts should have a bias. Like if I'm watching my home team broadcast, I want them to be rooting for the team with me. Now, I want you to be as objective as possible with penalty calls, coaching decisions, things like that. But I want you to also be rooting for my team. And I'm not going to judge another franchise. People yell, Jack Edwards was so biased. He was a Bruins fan. Idiot. Yeah, he's biased. I don't expect to go watch the Canes home broadcast and then be sitting there going, man, wouldn't it be cool if Boston won tonight? No. I want them to be biased. National broadcasters, and this is the point you're making, Racer, you guys got to be better, right? You just got to be better. And a bunch of the national guys are like, I do not like Boston. And they make it very clear. Very, very clear. Dangle's take on the Bruins always feel like 2, 3 years out of date, which is fine if it wasn't his job to know hockey, but unfortunately, it is his job. I think I don't agree with he always feels a couple years out of date. Is he ever going to satisfy me with his Bruins knowledge? No. And there, I will disagree with a lot of the casual comments he makes about different teams and whatnot. But I don't feel like he's way behind. His job is the Leafs, right? He's not a national broadcaster. He does the Sportsnet stuff, the Steve Dangle podcast, and I think you have a real a leg to stand on when it comes to criticizing him on that kind of channel for that when it's not very accurate. But for the most part, I find his stuff is pretty accurate to what's happening in the moment. He might just not know like the nuances of how they're building the team or things of that nature. And his job, it's largely just the Leafs. That keeps him busy enough. Toronto's last first round picks. Danford wouldn't have gotten. Cowan, I maybe eventually would have gotten there. Amarov. Rip? Wait, what do you mean Amarov Rip? What? That Sandin trade made no sense, too. What an awful trade that was. And Liljegren. Liljegren was a first rounder, huh? Wow. Am I crazy that I kind of want Carlo back? Did you watch him play this year? Because there was a lot of the tail end that we got in Boston. And it was not good. It was not good. I mean, I don't want him to continue to get abused by the fan base either, but he has not been great. It's funny watching Steve having to defend the Bruins when some fuck shit occurs. It is. Steve Dangle's bit is a good one. He's got a good bit, and I respect him for it. Look, he was a huge part in the reason I started my channel. It had a lot of things in life that just happened, right? And COVID was a huge part of that. But right before I started my channel, he posted a picture of him on some set, right? I forget what exactly the set was, but it was like a national broadcasting set. And it was a picture of him in his room when he was a teenager starting the Leafs channel, and then him on this set. And the message was basically like, just you never know where things may lead. And it was a little inspiring. I just kind of sat there and went, why aren't I starting this thing that I've wanted to start for so many years? A lot of it was time. I was doing a lot of stage acting at the time, and that for basically 10 months out of the year, all of my evenings were spent in the theater, whether it be rehearsing or actually performing or whatnot. So once COVID took that away, a lot easier to start something else. Local broadcasts should be biased 100%. National broadcasts need to fix the bias, especially when it comes to bringing up the team's past failures, like how they bring up 2023 whenever they get to. And Blackhawk, I think you make a great point here. You're alluding to it. The national broadcasts, the ones who are really not great at the job, you could be biased, and I can forgive that if you're honest about your bias. But the ones who very clearly chose 4 or 5 talking points and just made sure they knew about those and then go into this 3-hour game, right? Where you're going to be talking through, at very least, what you'd call it, 90 minutes of actual gameplay stoppages, things like that, of ice time. And then you also have the intermission shows and things like that. And you just have those 5 talking points. It becomes abundantly clear, and it's gross. It's just a bare minimum of work. My question is, if we somehow got Larkin, which we won't, you're probably right about that, who else should we get? Because he's not enough to win the Bruins a cup. I don't think there's anything in this offseason that immediately launches us to we have enough to win a cup, but keeps us on the right trajectory to get there. If you were to bring in Larkin, you're spending a lot of the assets you have to do that. Now it's time to start talking about, okay, did we keep any assets to offer Sheet, a right-handed defenseman? Can we get a Braden Schneider out of New York? Can we make a trade for who else is an option on the right side? I mean, you could talk about Nemec. He's not going to suddenly become a great hockey player. He still needs development time. But if you could pry, like, I don't know, a Kovacevic out of New Jersey, or God, there's another name that's really escaping me right now that's like an obvious right-hand defenseman, but it's one of those guys. It's pushing to have a much better top 4 on the defense than you had last year. I remember the glory days of the hottest Bruins players and how you meet them. I enjoy quirky videos, and if I gotta get back to some of it. It's crazy how busy you get and how these things you're like, oh, I have this idea for a video, and then 3 weeks go by and you just sit there and go, crap, I never actually did the thing. The hottest Bruins player was a fun one too. I got a bunch of accusations for that, which was always funny to me, especially when someone's like, "Man, you're gay," and you're like, "Dude, I've lived in theaters for like a decade and a half. Calling me gay doesn't do anything to me." Like I just oh, puck drops. We're 7 seconds in to the second period. I'm gonna have way behind the messages too. He died of a brain tumor. That's so sad. Oh my gosh, that's so sad. Damn. I'm sure that was big news at the time. My brain just breakaway shot squeaks through 5-0. Oh no! That better not be Brett Howden again. Mark Stone. Gross. Gross. Skyr! Gross. I would have liked them going up to Yurchek as well. Save the money and play the youth. Yeah, I mean, yes. If you could get one of the top guys, you go for it. But knowing what Minton is going to turn into and Hagens is going to turn into is going to be a huge part of what this team does for its next era. Wow, just splits the D. And that's a Howden assist too. Oh, offsides challenge. Now, I don't know if Nikishin doesn't get back soon enough or if his D partner doesn't recognize that and pinches too heavily. Not great. Yeah, they're pretty confident if they're going to challenge it. Hate to be a bad guy, but I'm rooting for Vegas. Eichels from my hometown of Chelmsford, Mass. That being said, Taylor winning a couple will be glorious. Yeah, it's kind of a win-win for you, brother. Oh, let's take a look at this replay. That looks offsides to me. That's offsides. Got the ass. All right, give me just a second. I'm going to grab another beer to celebrate this offsides. Friggin' losers. You just know there's a Vegas fan out there that's like, "Oh, now the challenge works," as if it's not a completely different scenario. No scar! Oh, almost just spilled the beer everywhere. We're fine. Yeah, Cameron, you might have jinxed them with that one. As soon as they score, you're like, "I'm kinda rooting for Vegas," and it's like, "Well, guess what? No goal." Yeah, that's it's close, but it's also clear, if that makes sense. We need to put assets towards defense first before legit 1C. We were able to score enough, and we have kids on the horizon. I know that the numbers don't back me up here, but I genuinely think one of the biggest issues we had defensively, so I guess there's no numbers to show that, but was how bad our forwards performed defensively. Like, yes, our defense wasn't incredible, but the other 3 guys on the ice were largely very bad, you know? Middlestat's not a good defender. Arvidsson's a terrible defender. Pasternak's not good. Kuzadinov has effort, but he's not a great defender. Oh, big chance for Blake. Get this on net. Get it right back on net. Oh, look at Vegas stack up quickly. Back to the left point, back down the wall. The way they collect the puck so cleanly. Anybody who's ever played before, you're sitting there just going, "Oh my goodness, so hard to do." Oh, bad pass. This is his chance. Yeah, stays in. He's there. He's there. Shoot! Hot with the glove save. Another turnover by Vegas. Wow, what a shift here by Carolina. I mean, that's a great clear, though. Wow. Cannot believe Hart gets a piece of that. Offside goals means high quality Tiffany gets on camera. She does not like being on camera, man. You know that. Carolina is getting a little too. I agree, Duke. Carolina's getting a little too fancy here. Can you imagine not having one and done chances? God, wouldn't that be nice? That's another part of the defense, right? You're spend the whole game in your zone. The forwards can't keep anything going in the offensive zone. You spend no time there. I don't know. I think a 1C actually does a lot to improve us defensively. That being said, you're not wrong for being like, I'd like to focus on the back end first. I just differing opinions on that, you know? Who's the worst commentator, Sean McDonough or Doc Emmerich? Chell specifically. They ruined. They should have always kept the fun Chell broadcasters. And everyone moving these games to like simulators rather than fun games to play. I get wanting a realistic hockey game to play, but could we all just add some element of fun to it beyond just the gameplay? Also, I forget who the Oh, this is a good breakout. It's fine there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's a good bounce. Oh, it's in the net. How does it get in? You ever notice like Eichel never loses the puck? Damn. It ain't puck don't lie, but it feels like that. Bruins are so far behind these teams when it comes to defensive details and offensive chance creation. Agreed. Agreed. I think this goal probably stands, right? Oh no, it's goaltender interference. Do you see that? Ron the Bod is sitting there and be like, that's golden interference. And he goes, are you challenging? And he's like, fuck yes, I'm challenging. Obviously, you. Oh, this is coming back. This is definitely coming back as contact while the goaltender's attempting to make a save right through the head. That's coming back. Unless this is knocked in by a cane. No, it's coming back. Yeah, that's coming back. That's coming back. 100% that's coming back. No, it looks like Eichel smacked Freddie's stick into the puck. Sit down! Crowd. If you're live at this game, by the way, you're not getting the benefit of like an in close replay, like you see in the big board doing your best with it. But that home crowd's pissed. There's 2 goals in like 3 minutes taken off the board. Cameron, no. Cameron, do me a favor. Wait till the following face-off. Ralphie, it was Eichel smacks at Freddie's stick that's on the ice and knocks it in. Chris, doesn't look like they're going to pull him, but I see what you're saying. Oh, please get in the net. That'd be so funny if Carolina buries one immediately. Why? So, but here's the thing. Why does Rod the Bod go with his top line? He has Svech and Aho out there. I don't know who the third is on that line right now. Oh, Aho, can you work your way through him? No? Why would you have these two moments that obviously like aren't great, but there's a little bit of momentum you just got out of two goals being waved off. Like, let's go punch him in the mouth now. And you go to a line that cannot produce. That was hilarious. Frankly, it'd be hilarious no matter what team just got two goals waved off back to back, but extra hilarious because it's Vegas. Oh, that's clever, but too clever. The second line going to work again. Can they? And they force a turnover again. And now they aren't able to keep it in the zone, but still, they keep getting these opportunities to keep these plays alive just with the speed and board play. It's a dumb icing to take, though. Don't love that. Wow, what a game this has been so far. I just love the replay of Rod being like, "What the fuck do you think I'm challenging? I'm challenging." What up, Ella? How are you doing? Yeah, super easy calls on those. Not a lot to really decipher there. Now you know for a fact Vegas fans are going to call BS if they lose this game. Absolutely, Bruins fans would do the same. They would do the same. Absolutely, they would. No fan base can be even close to non-bias when it's a Stanley Cup Finals. 2 goals in 3:24. Yeah. See what I mean, Racer? I'd climb the glass if that happened to the Bruins. And guess what, Racer? You're right. I don't give a shit how obvious the infractions are. You're right. It's the Stanley Cup Finals, damn it. I don't care how we have to win. I just want to win. Velma's not feeling very good today. The legs really bothering her. So she's got some pain meds on board. And there'll be a couple weeks till we can get to the surgery, unfortunately. But oh, that reminds me, shoot. Hey, maybe if Vegas would try following the rules, play the game, guys. It's even better that it's Wes McCauley, so you know that people are just losing their minds about it. You just know. The Canes just tweeted video team on a heater. I realize that I'm very far behind on the Toy Story lore. We're watching a Toy Story commercial right now. Very far behind. My wife told me about Jessie today, and I thought that was the shepherd girl. Apparently, there's a female cowgirl, which I guess is just a cowgirl. I don't know why I said female cowgirl. But yeah, so I guess I'm a few movies behind on that. I will give Velma treats and hugs. Maybe we can see Larry. Next intermission, that would have to be. We'll make sure he's not in bed. And it's Zed's birthday. So Zed, Zed. He turns 12 today, which hurts my heart a little bit to say out loud, but Jasmine, fantastic work on getting one of your paper assignments done. I was never great at doing my homework, but there's a I did realize one thing. If I did my homework, I usually did well on the tests and quizzes because I'm practicing the materials, which made it a little easier for me to actually do my homework because then I felt like I didn't have to study as hard. Then I probably let the pendulum swing too far that way and didn't study enough, and then I had to go back. Classic stuff. Who's losing? The fans. No, actually, everyone's having a good time. It's 0-0, but well, Vegas fans aren't having a good time, but it is entertaining. Jesse was second movie. Definitely a few movies behind them. Yeah, 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 yeah. Where did Sean McDonough start? I don't know. I don't remember. Just got back from watching the Backrooms movie, so I missed period one. How's the game been? Canes have looked like the better team, but Vegas has scored twice and had both of them called back, one for offsides, one for interference. Both of them very valid calls. Uh, how was the Backrooms movie, by the way? I have some interest in seeing that. Toy Story 2 only came out in 1999. You're making me question if I ever watched Toy Story 1. To be fair, I actually don't know the plot of it, so I might have never seen a Toy Story movie now that we talk about it. Oh, he started the radio for the Red Sox? I didn't know that. That's a fun fact. I mean, Vegas has definitely looked better in the second period, right? This has been a much different team. Strange, decent sequences of scares, weird ending. All right. All right. I'm gonna scream at my little brother and sister because they're trying to have me play a game, and my sister rooted for the Knights when they scored. I hope you get along with your family better than I do with mine. I always wish that I had like a family, you know? I the problem I don't do great with horror movies, so oh Vegas hold on. Vegas was some opportunity here, and then as soon as I say that, it's intercepted and gets out of the zone. I oftentimes struggle with horror movies because I am a what's the medical term? A little bitch. And I get really connected with a person's pain, whether it's physical or emotional. And I struggle to sit through horror movies for that reason. I genuinely, I don't know what it is. I can't separate and just be like, it's a movie, it's not real. It kills me inside. Obsession, I know right now, just from what I've heard, I can't watch that movie. I can't do it. Wow, Pressure is a good movie. I never would have guessed that based on the concept, you know? Brendan Fraser is good though. Maybe don't see Obsession, that one was scary. Carolina has to get back to getting some shifts in the offensive zone. And once again, this first line with Aho and Svetch is on, and I guess Martinook is back on that line. Uh, it's just been awful. Just an awful line. Nepotism accusation at the beginning of his career, but he actually turned out to be pretty good. Still nepotism though. The world is run on nepotism. Not to excuse it, I hate it, but it is truly how the world is run. Most of the best opportunities I've received in life are because I knew somebody. I've gotten a couple off of merit, but many, many times it is because I have met someone. And I am very lucky in the sense that I'm a talker. I'm good with people for the most part, so that has benefited me quite a bit. But there are people far more talented and intelligent than I am who are a bit more socially awkward. Who I guarantee that I've had opportunities that they would not have gotten, even though they're more qualified. So recognizing your blessings in life is a big part of it. Doesn't mean you don't deserve to get what you get, but um, just making sure you're never pulling up the ladder behind you, and you're trying to help those people that deserve to be seen. This is the best ship for Carolina so far, and hand pass. And I gotta stop saying things. God, every time I say something, it's like, all right, well, there goes the actual shift. To be honest, I feel like the neck guards look kind of cool. I would wear a neck guard. I feel like this team's saving all the goals for the last 5 minutes again. 0-0 into the third and a 5-4 final. I'd be here for it. This has been a good game, though. I feel like the first 40 minutes of game 2 was eh, you know? Also, maybe it's because Knuckle Puck was there and I just felt awful for him. You spend $2,500 for tickets for you and your wife and then watch your team get shut out would be tough. Is it just me or does Freddie not look super confident and great? In a poorly played 3 on what could have been 1 doesn't even result in a shot. Canes are not feeling it right now. And Newt, I got better. I forget what that's even from. Wait, did they say Hannafin's not? Did Chatfield come back actually? I never even paid attention to that. 86, 87 for Red Sox and Bruins. Nice. Back in the day. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You can't do that. I wish he said way too many men. Carolina penalty, way too many men on the ice. Give us the counter. Come on. They're not going to do it. I love when they do the person counter. I said, Jarvis, give me some before I... Oh, hold on. Cool story in game 2. I said, Jarvis, give me some. And before I finish, he scored like I manifested that. Hell yeah. Very nice. You and I both had a little moment there. Jarvis was my pick for the overtime goal. On some unrelated hockey news, a player on my school's team, Miami University, was the youngest player in college hockey last season, and he was posted on the NHL's Insta for combine headshots. That's pretty cool. It is neat when you're talking to these people who are like going to the draft combine. Like that feels like a whole different world. So out of touch. Oh, that's right. It's still Monty Python. Turned me into a newt. I got better. That card should be mandatory. I agree. The tunnel's been busy, yeah. Can McAvoy wear a cage all season? I'm gonna be honest. Him even stopping wearing the cage mid-season, like he finally has sensation back in his face. He's like, all right, I'm gonna take the cage off. Dude, do you hate the cage that much? Classic Jim Montgomery penalty. Larkin for Zaka, Mitten, and 2 first. Absolutely not. Holy shit, no. No, Paul. Bad with my squirt bottle. It might be what it takes, but I wouldn't want to do that. Now, before I assume that that's a deal you would do, please tell me. Is that a deal you would do? Because I wouldn't do that. I would do that for Robert Thomas, though. Shit. I would hate it, but I would do it for Robert Thomas. I don't know. I don't know when they said Hannafin was injured. I missed that. This is why I don't stream during games that I'm doing like reviews of because it is really hard to go back and forth. I'm trying to be better about like commenting on the game. This is a huge penalty kill. This is huge. Man, these teams are really close. I would have expected Vegas Scars. Would have expected more of a Carolina advantage, but no, it doesn't feel like that's what we're getting. Yeah, nothing challengeable about this one. The ops scored. Yikes. I think there's a rule players can only wear a cage until fully healed. Wait, it's illegal to wear a cage in the NHL? That doesn't feel right. Look at this. Watch how they disguise that, though. Stone comes up. Everyone starts focusing on Stone. They don't think there's a passing lane past it. Stone is ready for a stick lift to let that pass get through. He knows where that has to go. That's a really nice play. And there was a breakaway. Oh, my goodness. And he whiffs. Oh, no. Keandre Miller, who has been their best defenseman through the entire playoffs. Oh, is it Walker? That makes way more sense. Walker with an egregious, like he had a bad game too as well. Great tip by Walker. Jesus, it's a no. Yikes, dude. That's not great. Huh. I did not know that you literally weren't allowed to wear the bubble. I just thought it was like a you don't want to be made fun of by the boys. Four, yeah, that's true. 4 pucks behind Anderson in this period. That's not great. Yeah, he's not living that down anytime soon. My goodness. Well, this is a different vibe all of a sudden, right? Ella, if we're supposed to believe the first 2 games, I think you have a point here. I'm gonna be honest. That really took the wind out of my sails, guys. That hurt my feelings a little bit. And look at this whiffs. Wow. 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 The Brandon Carlo playbook is true. Yikes, man. Dude, Spoke Z, like, it's bad when he talks about the Bruins, right? He loves those tweets. Pathetic, comical, all the stuff you're mentioning, which I love. I enjoy his Twitter a lot. Uh, you ever see him tweet about the Tottenham Spurs? It's that, but like worse. He loves the bunch of losers, you know? All right. Carolina, just get one stupid, sexy one here, you know? Just one. Going to third down, a goal. Where'd Cameron go? Is Cameron trying not to jinx it? Is he afraid that 2 goals get challenged at once? My God. Vegas is back to work. Oh, and he's open again at the front of the net. This time with Sissons, but like Carolina is just leaving these passing lanes open, man. When's the last time they had a shot on net, too? Hold on. This is gross. They're getting outshot 10-4 in the second, and I feel like it's at least been a few active minutes since a shot. Is Anderson hurt? I don't know, but you could kiss that Conn Smythe goodbye. Even if Carolina wins it, it ain't going to Freddie at this point. I hear the love of my life rustling around out there. Because he loves to hit him with a bunch of losers. Yeah, it's funny every time, except for when you're mourning the loss of a Bruins game. Then I see it and I'm like, I'll like it, but I'm not happy about it. Look at Vegas's cut. Wow, that was a great bounce though. Look at their coverage of these passing lanes. That was a 3-on-3, and there was nowhere to send that puck rather than just send it to the net. It's a good save by Anderson. That's a hard shot, accurate to the blocker side. And Vegas is turning it on now. Landshark number 3. Gotta pick up the pace, brother. Oh, what a great find! What a play by Marner, though. That's a good icing to take. If Anderson isn't hurt, his confidence is. Yeah. I mean, no shield. Were you the one who said that's 4 goals behind Anderson this period? It definitely, whether they get waved off or not, you want to be the guy who's keeping the puck out. Oh, yeah, he is right there. It's a bad pass. Oh, good glove save, Andy. I like how they're like, how did Howden miss it? Well, the pass was from 4 feet away and it was behind his stick into his feet. That's probably how he missed it. No shit, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Because I've never been good, but I've played a little net. Whether that puck goes in off of an illegal play or not, it doesn't feel good. And you let a few in, illegal or not, just tough. Just tough to shake that off. Golden Knights are just too strong physically. They are legitimately just a strong team. And Carolina starts this game by winning a bunch of these battles and winning races to loose pucks in the offensive zone. And now, I mean, the second period has belonged to Vegas. And at least Carolina's getting a little something. Oh, I've got to stop saying things. I've really got to stop saying. Oh, huge stop. Huge stop. Huge stop. It ain't over though yet. Oh, they give it to him again. You gave Marner 2 breakaways in a row. Marner scores. You managed to give Marner 2 breakaways in the same offensive possession. The puck never left your zone. Rattled is right. My God. Repain. That's a pretty good one. One of the Vegas players just ripped a cane stick out of his hands at no call. I don't know what it. Yeah, I saw that early too, right off that face-off. I mean, this is egregious defense. Egregious. There's your Conn Smithy winner right there, right? Let's go, Mitch. Yeah, that's the only good part about Vegas winning is Marner winning a Conn Smythe. It's just so freaking funny, dude. In the first year he leaves Toronto, he wins a cup and a Conn Smythe. Toronto, they someone needs to put them on a watch or something, you know? Like how if you're a Toronto fan, what do you even say? What do you the Steve Dangle video about that? That would be a great one. Yeah. 9 goals, 18 assists to take the lead in the cup finals. Because I don't think Vegas is blowing this one. Non-playoff performer, by the way. You know the Canes coach is going to give them the talk of the century to get their heads out of their asses. I gotta hope. Gotta hope. Leave fun, leave hate crime. Yeah, I think pulling Anderson might not be a bad idea, but Bussy hasn't played in a month and a half, right? Because at least this, I think I wouldn't this game though. Got some confidence backstopping a Marner breakaway. Didn't get to even type half of that. Yeah, in this game, I'm putting Bussy in because look, this game is probably lost anyway. Like, try to give your team a little jolt. The Austin Matthews trade request after the Mitch Marner Conn Smythe will hit like crap. We're mean people. We're bad people. We're mean. We're vindictive, mean people. And I want to point out that Boston has given Toronto more suffering over the past decade and a half than any other franchise in the league. And we, as fans of Boston, are talking about more ways to make them suffer. There is something fucking wrong with that, and I love it. I'm just saying that. For the Leafs, it's karmic justice, if you ask me. Sure, you get the one overall pick this year, but at what cost? That's the thing. One overall, and Matthews goes, I'm out anyway. Yes. It would be so funny. The elation, the kick in the dick. Like, I mean, the last time Bussy played was when Geeky scored a hattie against the Canes, but the Bees still lost. Ain't that a classic situation right there? I can't tell you if I scored a hat trick in the NHL and then we lost the game, you know how mad I would be at the rest of the team that that's not like a great memory for me. Like, fuck you guys. You don't pull Anderson because you want Bussy to bring you back. You do it to rest Anderson for the next one. He clearly needs it. Yeah, yeah. There's multiple reasons to just be like, you know what, give the team a jolt. This game's probably already gone. Yeah. Going on a limb and predicting overtime tonight. I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't say no to that. Yeah. The inside feels weird. Why would I do that? That was the first place I went. That's wrong. I don't want to be right. What's up, not Glenn? If truly is deserved after they intentionally tanked for that first overall pick, what do you think we did 2 years ago? Although we didn't get the first overall, so maybe that takes us out of it. But I saw all these people getting so mad about all the Toronto just losing all these games down the stretch, and it's obvious just frustration because you potentially have their pick. But I'm sitting there like, we just did this last year, like we just did this. Both of Zaka's Hattie games this year were like that, or at least a second Hattie game. I don't remember his first one. After like 2 years, we could have asked for a trade, but the Blues aren't. That would be funny if Toronto just became Winnipeg, where it's like, we'll keep a couple good guys, but everyone else is going to want to leave. That's true, Jack. I mean, game one, Carolina goes up by 2 goals. They lose that game. Game two, Vegas up by 2 goals. They lose. It's true. Come on, Carolina, get some stuff on net here. What? I was on net. Bums me out that Austin Matthews is basically the only Latin American player in the league, especially being a Bruins fan. I, I had no idea that Austin Matthews was Latin American. Am I dumb? Yeah, I am kind of dumb. I don't know where his like hometown is. Who else is? Man, I guess you really don't have a lot of Latin American representation. Hockey's also like it's just such a hard sport to get into, both financially and culturally. It does make some sense, and luckily that's changing. He's half Mexican. Didn't know that. Oh God, Howden gets stoned. How about that? He's scoring everything. All right. Well, it's still almost sort of manageable, right? Oh, I'm seeing some comments. I'm seeing some comments that it might not be manageable anymore. Fucking rip, boy. Hold on. I'm just gonna tell my boy Knuckle Puck I'm glad he went to game two. He'll love this. He'll love this text. I'm telling you. His second hat trick of the playoffs? Anyone who didn't want Mitch Marner in Boston was like just they knew they were wrong when they were saying it. Ella, no one's canceling anybody. Like, this is so funny. I think Dangle is streaming. I think he is. I'd be interested if anyone jumps over there just to see what he's saying. I'd be interested in what he has to say. Oh, his first Hattie was the Rangers game. Nice. Zaka's first. What a shot. That's blitz too. He gets a piece of it too. This is so funny. This is so I mean, this is awful, but it's so funny. For the love of God, I hope we don't pick up Matthews. No way will he perform like this in playoffs elsewhere. That is just nuts, man. That's right. I was like, what was Marner's third or the other goal? I know the two that he just got. That's right, the Walker goal. You take those though. You got to pull him. You have to pull him here. Chuck Bussey in. Let Anderson rest. You chased him. Good job. You got 4 on 16. Yikes. When I said Halsey was going to score a Hattie, I meant Mitch Marner. I'll allow it. Oh, bad news, Matthews. Hell yeah. Don't say Taco Bell too loudly, though. My wife will wake up and she'll be locked in. Oh, she's already taken the. I got a text from her a little while ago that she went to bed with the dogs. Crazy, man. What an absurd game this is. My God. They making a swap or not? What do you think? No? He has outscored his last 6 postseasons with the Leafs? I thought Steve was live. That makes sense. Oh, wait. Wait, Steve is not. Steve is not live. Steve is live. I'm getting multiple. It might not be on his channel. He might be with on the Sportsnet channel, right? Dude, Taco Bell's so good. There are two things my wife loves when she's drunk. One of them is Taco Bell. I thought Dorfan was about to bury another one right there. The Canes are right back in their own zone again. Like they have to. You have better build something for the third here. She's a Taco Bell. She's my little potato. Apparently, the 28th point of the playoffs for Marner. Is he going to 28? Damn. Leave us live on his podcast channel. He sound okay. More like it sucks for the Canes, but sounds sad. Yeah, that makes sense. I thought it would be on the podcast network because that's technically owned by Sportsnet, isn't it? If Mitchy Boy wins the cup and Conn Smythe, the pain Toronto will be as delicious as when we beat them in the playoffs. I'm telling you, man, the fact that we have caused them so much suffering and we're still the people be like, I hope they suffer more. I respect it. Like we have a bit and we stick to it. It doesn't look like we're getting playoff bus. It does not look like we're getting them. You know what? I'm betting he starts the third. Yeah, now the commentators are talking about it too. Oh, Dangle owns all. I thought that Sportsnet owns some of his stuff. Sorry, Jasmine. Come on, Carolina, get this puck out. Give us a little shot here. Just a good scoring opportunity. Get one good scoring opportunity. Can we add a money puck? You know, next goal's worth 2. The second line is out here again, putting the work in. Guys, remember, this is just one game, though. Obviously, advantage Vegas for the series, but we've certainly seen plenty of times a team get blown out and then go back and win the next couple. Wow, Howden just went right to the front of the net. Can't read the numbers on Carolina's sleeves. Who allowed this? I have bad eyesight anyway. I've never been able, like, if it's not the number on their back, I'm certainly not reading anything. 6 pucks in the net in one period has to get into Freddie's head. I agree. It's a fallback for when we don't do well. Toronto, I hate. It's delicious. He doesn't do anything with Sportsnet anymore? Wow. Larry's in bed, it turns out. I apologize. I love that you love the dogs, though. They love you, I'm sure of it. We bought them so many treats today for Zed's birthday. One of them's gonna have diarrhea tomorrow. I just know it. Mitch Marner scored the fastest hat trick in Stanley Cup final history, beating the previous mark of 621, set 69 years ago by Maurice. By the Rocket? Damn. Also nice. That's crazy. No Sportsnet is why there's no more dang it's. I don't obviously I don't keep up. I just don't with all of that. That's awesome that he owns everything then. Good for him. So Mitch Marner for Con Smithy for sure, right? Let's see. My boy did not text me back. I wonder why. Who could have who could understand? Who could understand? Damn it, the drum major is a good one. I think PK looks really good in that getup. I think he's looking stylish. I think he's looking fresh. It's a handsome man, that man. Ew, Sportsnet owns the trade trees too? Gross. Gross, gross, gross. Sneezing. I wasn't dabbing. I muted the mic so I could sneeze. I mean, gosh, could you imagine what's going through Marner's head right now, right? Now, still a long ways to go. The series is not over. But if I'm a player, think about what it took to leave Toronto, right? Because it's really easy for us to sit here and be like, yeah, no, he didn't like it there, the media, the fan base, whatever. You know that you're going to catch a ton of hate for it online. Again, it's easy to say who cares, but that is still hard to do. You've made friends, you've had family out there, like you've been there for a long time. That's where your career started, that's where you became the player that you are, and you leave. And now you have this opportunity to be part of the best team in the world this year and to be the most important player to them to win the most coveted trophy in sports. That has to come with such a weird mix of emotions, mostly elation and pride and joy and all these great things. But there has to be a piece of you that's just like, wasn't me, man. Wasn't my fault out there. This is the player that I am. So a little bit of ego creeping in, and it should. Good for him. It also is nice that Marner is not a guy that I disliked on the Leafs, right? Like I dislike Matthews, and I have reasons for disliking Matthews. But Marner was just always just a damn good hockey player. Crazy how much energy has shifted this game. It was all Kane's first period. Then when Vegas scored their first one, that actually counted. They've completely dominated. You can make the argument they scored the first one that didn't count, and they were still dominating after that. That was a long 10 minutes, Ralphie. You right. Gosh, yeah. That and the difference between the two teams so far in this series, I think, is that when the Canes dominate, they're still not getting a lot of traffic in front of the net. Like they're not beating the goaltender clean or with messy play. Whereas when Vegas dominates, they're getting pucks in high danger areas, right? The moments of momentum for Vegas have a higher ceiling than the moments of momentum for the Canes, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Only thing that would make this worse for the Leafs fans is if the Habs were in this instead of Carolina. Yeah, yeah. I think the Marner thing drowns out anything else if he wins a Conn Smythe, though. I think at that point nothing else even comes close to mattering. It's just such a kick in the dick, man. I enjoy Daigle, but the level of anger he gets to is uncalled for. It's just a shtick. It's just a shtick. I agree. I can't watch all of his videos, but I bet you still like poke your head in when it's a devastating one. Dog sitting 3 pups right now? Hell yeah. One is a 16-year-old puggle. Do pugs barely make it to double digits? Really? My God. No Shield revealing something about himself in the chat. Enjoy the guinea pigs. When I was growing up, I had a guinea pig that had a gastrointestinal issue that made her fart all the time, all the time. And she farted so often that the tuft of hair on her back end just stuck out. That was right above her butthole. Just always was sticking up like a cowlick. And my room always smelled bad. I had to change their friggin' things all the time. I had mice at one point. Got bit by one. This was the moment that I knew I was an animal lover. You know, I was a gentle soul lover, not a fighter. This mouse bites me on my finger, and I am gushing blood. It bit like through my finger. It was quite the bite, and I'm gushing blood. And I get the mouse off of my finger, and I gently place it back in the cage, and I make sure to close up the cage, and then I look at my hand, and I'm like 7. And I start like wailing over it, you know? And so my dad runs in. He's like, "Oh, what happened?" I tell him I got bit. And he's like, "Where did the mouse go?" It's back in the cage. And he was just impressed that I managed to take it off and put it back in the cage before instead of flinging it across the room. Obviously, bare minimum there, but I was 7. I'm giving myself some credit. Boston media is bad, but I can't remember them driving a player out of the city compared seemingly to Toronto and Marner. I really wonder about that. I wonder if you ask the players if they're like, do you feel like you're driven out of the city by the media in an honest conversation? Like you've had a couple of beers, there's no camera, there's no recording, you're just chilling. Because you ever ask the guy on camera, like, no, I don't. The fans don't make the decision for me, kind of stuff. But I really am curious if they'd be like, yeah, I hated the media there. I hated the fans there. I wanted out. This sucked because it does feel like they drive some guys out. Dude, puppies, dogs are just the best, man. They're just the best. That's Jasmine. I had no idea about that. That guinea pig lived like 10 years with flatulence. I and it seemed great. It ate all the time, played, was happy, didn't seem to be a discomfort. That's crazy. I had no idea. I'm very small town. We didn't have like an exotic vet. We kind of did our best with who we had. So, wow. Also, didn't really have the internet at that time. There was the early versions of the internet, but there's no debate. I'm just believing her. I have no reason to argue against that. She's had 9 guinea pigs in her life. She knows what she's talking about. Yeah, bloat is scary in every mammal. Like we deal with bloat in dogs a lot. Um, Obviously, animal hospital. There's a rumor, not a rumor. There's misinformation out there that the feeding your dog and then letting them out to go play could cause bloat. Like it's the action right after feeding. There is no data to back that up whatsoever. And I know this because I have several surgeons who have looked into case studies regarding it, and it comes up with nothing. Honestly, still something if you're like nervous about it, don't do it, right? But bloat is one of those things that's just terrifying because it can take a life very, very quickly. Marner was being harassed at his home. He did a big talk about it. Wife wanted out too. Yeah, that part. Yeah, that's certainly different than media driving him out. That's just fans being awful, so awful. Also, again, if you're gonna harass someone, Marner, really? He's the guy you're blaming for all this? I feel like the only really bad Boston media guy is Mike Felger, and pretty much everyone knows he's a clown that you shouldn't take that seriously. Yeah, Felger and Maz too. I mean, these guys just my biggest problem with Felger and Maz. Well, they know how they make their money, right? They're clickbait artists. That's what they do, and they'll never be respected in the sports world as much as they think they are. Like their legacies will disappear with the end of the show. They'll be gone, and the next generation won't know anything about them, nor should they. It's not a cool way to make your living, I guess is what I'm pointing out here. I don't have any respect for them whatsoever. The amount they comment on things in all sports and haven't actually watched any of the games, it's dumb. It's pathetic. Like I have no respect for those guys because they'll have all these sweeping statements about players or coaches or whatever. And then when you press them, they'll be like, well, I haven't watched. I'm like, yeah, dipshit. Like, I have no respect for those guys whatsoever. I don't want to see McDavid force his way to San Jose and Draisaitl to Boston. I'm down. Super down. Love it. No notes. McDavid and Celebrini as a 1-2 punch down the middle in San Jose. Maybe I'm not down. That's terrifying. I don't think I want to play in Toronto. They think the players owe them their lives. I don't think they realize the players and coaches staff are human. They think they're robots. Yeah. When you talk about sections of fan bases that feel like that, which there's a section of every fan base that is like that, but Toronto takes that section and makes it their identity, truly. Jasmine, I totally believe you about this bloat thing. That makes all the sense in the world to me. I don't know what kind of unique case that she had, but that is so fascinating to me. That guinea pigs don't fart. You know, don't fart like that, like we would imagine. How interesting. A lot of ticks this year. No? I'm not sure what you mean by that, brother. I'm also like, I'm a little behind, so I'm catching up here. And I'm having a couple conversations at once. Wait, who's... This is an argument about rage baiting. All right, Stu Skinner got a lot of hate in Edmonton for media and a fair amount of fans treated horribly. You should never treat a human being that way. Stu Skinner is an awful hockey goaltender at the NHL level. Dude, the Felger take on Hagens was one of the biggest ones. Yes, and Chris, the fact that they couldn't have Ty Anderson on the show because he actually paid attention to the teams and knew what he was talking about. What an indictment on how pathetic you are. We're inviting this local guy who's well loved. Ty Anderson is a great reporter. And Ty Anderson is getting sick of some of the shit too. You notice that in social media that some of his reactions, he's frustrated with people at times, which I get it. How long can you do this without getting a little frustrated? But the fact that they won't have him on the show because he's simply better than them at the job, just pathetic. What a compliment also to Ty Anderson. Dangle's chat comments from Leafs fans are only now realizing that Marner wasn't the problem. There's a few of them out there. I will be up for Dev Camp. This has been recently decided. I needed to make sure that my boss wasn't going to be pissed that I missed about 3 weeks for my wedding and honeymoon. And then 5 weeks later, I'm going to be gone for another week. It really helps that I am crushing my goals right now. My numbers for the past 14 months are so good. So does help. I get scared of all of Canada when they lose a hockey game like the Olympics. They go into a national depression and think they were automatically supposed to win. I think this is really good for Canada. Having the national program not be as effective. I'm hoping, and I hope that the U.S. can do this too, but the lower level leagues, and we're talking children, high school, really low level leagues have been so warped by fans, frankly, and people that feel like these professionals owe them their lives. And then you go to a high school game, you're screaming at these kids. They need to rework, and this is the U.S. too, Youth hockey needs a total rework, and it needs to have a different level of respect given through the whole process. They don't fart, burp, or throw up. The only way it comes out is a bus, aka poop. Wow. Getting some fun facts about small mammals today. This is cool. Are guinea pigs unique in that as small mammals, or do other small mammals also have that kind of system? Land shark number 4. Hell yeah, bad news, Matthews. Haven't wanted Draisaitl since he said post isn't good goaltending. No Shield, give me the breakdown on that one. I'm not sure. I gotta understand that statement more. Ty Anderson also works at the Sports Hub, which is the radio station in Care. I know. That's why I see him. He's like, I'm going on the show. And I'm like, it ain't Falker and Maz, like. To be fair, I wouldn't listen to him when he was on Felger and Maz too often because I can't stand Felger and Maz. I can't do it. I just have no respect for those guys. I try to be very, I guess kind is a word to use when it talking about media guys. I try to have a ton of respect for these guys. I don't know what their lives are like. I don't, I try not to insult people without good reason. Felger and Maz deserve zero respect. The Monty Python thing is just going to come through the whole video. Deer ticks. Oh, you meant literal ticks? Yeah. It's a big tick year. It's a big tick year for sure. I don't know why. It feels like it's been a pretty hot start to the summer, pretty humid start to the summer, but I'm down in the South Carolinas, so it kind of always is. But yeah, not entirely sure why, but we in the hospital have seen a fair amount of tick-borne stuff going on. Dom and I touched on the development model with the new NCAA rules, both the CHL and new eligibility for NCAA with the 5-and-5 rule. I got to go check out that video then or that podcast because I have not stayed up to date on what the new rules. I saw a lot of people say this is going to be really good for the prospects, but I haven't done a deep dive on it yet. The Frenchmen are goated. I told him we already have one. It's just such a great movie. I told my wife we need to watch it because she's never actually watched it, and she rightfully was like, "Do we have to?" And I went, "No, but I would like to watch it some night." And of course, she goes, "Okay, I'll watch it with you," because we like each other. Youth hockey's tough, man. And this goes for youth sports across the board. People are animals. I don't think Felger grew up local. It makes me wonder if he is an actual fan or if this is his only job he could get it. I have, by a lot of people, I know a fair amount of people who have met Felger and have met Maz. And Felger is obviously like the main culprit here. They have met him and they've said, guy's really chill. He's a cool dude, nice guy, away from the radio show, all this stuff. It actually makes me respect him even less. You're doing this bit for the bottom dollar, dude, rather than just being a genuine, like, I want to be good at my job. You choose to be bad at your job because you get more money out of it. You get more clicks out of it. You get more attention. I just don't have respect for it. It's like a politician. You expect me? I take a bunch of lobbying money. I don't respect you. You're a piece of shit. Go handle your siblings and be nice. They're just kids. Other small animals have the same issues like rabbits, where it's the same thing. Interesting. Thank you for all the animal facts. This is really cool. When the Oilers played the Penguins, Dry hit a lot of posts that game. Seelovs also had good game, and Dry asked about it afterwards, to which he said posts aren't good goaltending. Playoffs, that's performance because it suggested that hitting the post meant Edmonton had the goalie beat and failed to capitalize. I'd have to go watch the way he said that because I agree. If he's criticizing the Edmonton Oilers for missing the net, then I agree. If he's short playing, like the way No Shield is saying, short playing the success of the goaltender because they're hitting posts, then I disagree. Because the goaltender is making you feel like you don't have a lot of room and you're aiming for a very specific place. As long as that comment is made in mind that, oh, I'm criticizing us for missing the net, which, by the way, I love getting excited about a post as much as anyone. But you know what a post is? You missed. That's what it is. You just missed closely. So as long as he's insulting himself, fine. But as soon as you're downplaying someone else's success, not fine. So I see where you're going from with that. I do. Yeah, anything that doesn't result in a goal is good goal today. I'll still take Draisaitl. Right on both accounts. Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. Here we go. It's 4-0. That's right. For some reason in my head, it was 3-0. Bussie's in. Bussie's in. Yeah, Felger and Mez never really shy away from making awful comments about people who are struggling in any way. Tristan, I'll answer that in a minute. Let me see how this first. Let me wait for a whistle here. Oh, if Carolina scores one really early, this at least gets a little interesting, right? It's a good first shift for them. But you got to find an area to shoot, and it squeaks out. Carolina, good breakout here. Sebastian Aho, you're gonna wake up, dude. Although if Aho scores 2 goals in this game and it ends like 5-2, it's still not good enough, dude. Like, great, you started to score when the game was already over. Uh-oh, we have a 2-on-1 forming here. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do have a 2-on-1 forming. Wow, Marner. Really great work to not get a penalty there by Hall, though. That's an awful clear by Aho. Oh, they have him in the middle. Nope, they didn't. Great play by Keandre. Oh, they're just there. Marner again. And he gets pushed away. He's such an Aho. Felger is shitty. But again, people seem to really like him in person. But as a professional, you suck, dude. Bad news, Matthews. I'm more happy to do it than you know. Breakaway. Oh, that was scary. Bussy making the save you need him to make. Enjoy your gambling and drinking. Everything in moderation, remember. I see the post as a goaltender's best friend. Yeah. Oh, no shield. I'm right there with you. I have to go watch the way he said it, you know? Because you're making me think that he said it like he's an asshole. So if that truly is the way he said it, I'm right there with you, dude. No shield. Are you going to be able to make it a depth camp at all? Yeah, a shot that is supposed never should count as a shot on goal. Just means you missed. You just missed in a really exciting way. We do have the King of Ping. Zako is a lot better than the King of Ping this year, though. And there's almost a disappointment. Not enough ping from our King of Ping. Oh, God. Is he going to fight his way through again? The fact that he still gets this. And it's a. Oh, it's a penalty of Vegas. No, Carolina penalty. Why? No, the broadcast is just misleading me. Tristan, the most desperate thing that I think the Bruins realistically could do would be giving Darren Radish like a 7-year, $9 million deal. I think that's literally a possibility and would be an egregiously stupid thing to do for a 30-year-old defenseman who, out of nowhere, had a career year. Maybe it works out, right? There's always that chance, but it's like it feels like a 20% chance that that's a good signing to make. That is the most desperate move that they could go for, is overpaying for the top defenseman available after he had a year where he basically doubled his points from any other previous year. This power play is so unbelievably important. And Ghost was already chasing down the ice. Yeah, I don't want Radish either. I think it's a bad idea. But that fits the bill for most desperate move they can make. Got to skip it this year, no shield. I get it. It's a bummer. I'd love to see a brother, but I get it. It's hard. It's hard to be like, hey, I gotta, take a day or a week off to go, watch these guys play some hockey. It's oh god, oh god, oh god, Marner, oh god, and a penalty on it's blatant. It is blatant. It's a penalty shot. I'm not looking at the chat again. I'm gonna wait for the shot because you guys are way ahead of me. Hold on, let me lock in for this. Holy, and that's blatant. 100% that's a good call. Oh, and Brandon Buttons in net. Oh, look, here we go. All right. The save! Oh, I don't know why that save. They're still down by 4 goals, but what a save! Wow. Should have kept Bussy and not even signed Corpy. That's a long conversation for me, if I'm going to be very real with you. I have a lot to say about that. It's too much. But in a nutshell, I two very different situations. Uh, yeah, two very different situations. A lot I could say about that, but that's kind of where I stand. Saw the quote, I think, was misunderstood for Draisaitl. I believe he's put his own team down. I remember the English is not his first language too. Possibility for sure. I would just have to go and get a sense of it. But that's exactly why I want to like watch it and make sure that my opinion changes for the right reasons. God knows this day and age, you gotta double check anything, even when someone trusted like No Shield tells it to you. But No Shield is a lot like me. When he decides to be a hater about something, he's a hater through and through. And I got to respect that. They need something here. You got 16 seconds on this power play. And Nikishin just blasts it and misses wide. Oh, that was a scary pinch, though. Oh, they can't even get the stick, like the puck to keep on their stick. And it's a kill penalty. 13 shots after 45 minutes of play. Not good enough. What a game this has been for Vegas. And what a game this has been for Carolina. This is a good follow-up shift to the power play for Carolina, though. Yeah, I shouldn't have said anything. That ended the shift right there. Jack, what did you miss? Mitch Marner put his wiener on the table. It's been that's what it's been. Berbatov was a signing as part of the Olmark deal, and I wasn't doing the deal unless Boston took the goaltender. Yeah. Tristan, I'm also with you on that. Bussy had a great start to the year in Carolina, but his back half was not that good, and you saw Boston's defense this year. Not the same as Carolina's. No Shield, you do love to hate watch. I also love to hate watch. You and I are very similar in a lot of these things. Oh, the neon knee there? Or is there another neon knee coming? Tristan, that's a good one. Especially when you consider like Carolina is the possession merchants. They outshoot their by 20 every freaking game, but they can't do it against Vegas. I hate to say that Corpy was the right move with a salary tension. I'd be too hard and unfair to Bussy to make him a 2G at his age. Cap wise, I think was the lesser of two evils. Again, there's a lot there. I go on these rants about things, and that's one of those situations where I just have way too much to say, and I would do it for the next 15 minutes. What I'd really love to see is Carolina do something here. Just give us a second to believe, because it's still early enough. You get one in the next minute or two. Oh, oh, oh! I started sipping a beer. I blocked my vision. What happened? This was a forecheck, and then it was a goal. We not hate watching and watching what the Sabres will be next year. Referring to Vegas or referring to Carolina? This is a very important question, and you have to answer now, not at the end of the series. Let's see what they do with it, Cotton. It would be so funny if they came back from this. It does start with one. I, I mean, I think the statistics are on my side here, right? Eventually, they were going to score one. Oh, that's just a misplay. Who got there first? Yeah. That's a misplay by the Vegas defender that just leads to a possession that they didn't expect. Wow. OT is back on the table. That wasn't Taylor Hall who buried it, though, right? That was Martinook, yeah. I take either team if that means they make the finals. Valid. Oh wait, no, you guys are fucking with me, right? There's no way. I love being on a delay because sometimes I get little hints. I get little hints. Oh no! Oh no! I'm definitely you're not screwing me. Oh, they can't manage the puck. Here comes Aho to the back door. He scores. There's no way unless there is, right, brother? There's a man in the woods. Ah. If Carolina comes back again and wins, Vegas is done. It's tough. I said this in the first series against Buffalo. Sometimes you lose a game so late that you had like a multi-goal lead last 10 minutes that it feels like you lost a game that you won, you know? And at a certain I know it doesn't actually make sense when you say that, but it's true. You can't win 5 out of 7 typically in these series, right? Oh no, you guys are kidding, right? You guys are fucking with me. No, you guys are very well coordinated. If you did. I'm still watching the replays, face off, puck drops. What is happening? What? Look how locked in Stahl is. He's like, I don't give a shit. We need another one. Do you pull Carter Hart right here? I know, but like, do you just like no? Get Aiden Hill in. Guys, this is so fun. All of a sudden, what a great game. Who said that they're saving all the goals for the third period? uh, how do you not take a timeout here? I really need to get another beer. I need them to take a timeout. Yeah, you got to use a timeout. This is a one-shot game, guys. This was 4-0 like a minute ago. 3 and 39 seconds? This finals absolutely rocks, by the way. This has been 3 games of just unbelievable hockey. League isn't being the scripted conspiracy theories after this. Dude, I don't know. This feels like proof that it isn't scripted, right? I guess it depends on which way you want to go with this. Oh my goodness. I rescind my Habs comment. No need to take time out. You knew a TV timeout was coming. I don't know, man. They scored 3 in 39 seconds. I don't care if it's 15 more seconds till the next whistle. I think I'm still calling it. All right, I do. I genuinely need another beer because obviously. I have to use the bathroom too. We made it. Oh boy, it's still 11:15 left. That's crazy. Now Busky has to lock in, right? Yeah, these have been some seriously entertaining games. Ella, oh no, Ella, you only had to miss about what 2.5 minutes of real time to actually miss all 3 goals. My my buddy Knuckle Puck texted me back, and he said that he had he had convinced himself that he was in for a night of non-stressful hockey. You know, once they went up 4-0, he was like, okay, well, whatever. It's a loss. A loss is a loss. We'll move on. And now he gets to be stressed out as he watches the rest of this one. And what did high quality chair think? Did he agree? Crazy game. Oh no, Ralphie. I didn't think you actually meant that it was uh every game is like our stadium series or a Tampa game. Hey, that's really fun, except for you made me think about that game. Wake up, Larry. I might have with my yelling. A team blowing a multi-goal lead 3 games in a row. Now, where have we seen that before? Podcast is talking about putting Anderson back in. No, you can't. You can't do it. You can't do it. That sends the wrong message to everybody. It's Stealthy Potatoes. What's up, brother? Dude, high quality legend right there. The Las Vegas Bruins. We're very mean to our own team too, aren't we? Las Vegas in Boston. Oh, that was almost a backdoor. Oh, do we have a 3-on-2 form in here? Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Oh, little pressure for Carolina. Uh-oh, that's a 2-on-1 waiting to happen. Good recovery, though. And Aho just does not look right, man. This is what happens when both teams lose. I mean, as far as the finals go, yeah, right? So close to not an icing. Non-stressful hockey. This is a Stanley Cup final, buddy. All we do is stressful hockey. Fair, but at least if you go into the third and you're down 4-0, you're kind of like, all right, I guess I'll pay attention to my 2-year-old son. I don't think it's surprising that my viewer count has gone up as this game has gotten closer. Good thing I have plenty of beer and tequila. Yeah, I haven't even broken into. I have like 4 bottles of vodka still, 2 bottles of tequila. I thought the wedding crew did a little bit better job going through the liquor, but it turns out I still have a good amount. Although I am flying through that vodka and the olive brine because my lady loves a dirty martini. A dirty martini. Yeah, I think Aho might genuinely be injured. He doesn't look like he's playing the way he typically does. Oh my gosh. I thought he was gonna be able to get around him for a second there. That could have been a full breakaway. Carolina, more time in the offensive zone. Oh, I'm getting tingly. Oh no. Yeah, yeah, Court's got some close ties to the team. Thank you for the compliments. And Court still is fairly well informed with the franchise. Every now and again he gets a little nugget and he knows something that I don't know if he's supposed to know or not. Oh, that's a nice move. Oh, but too many moves. What a play by Chatfield. Was that Chatfield there? Doubling back to prevent that breakaway. That was nice. Thank you, Bad News Matthews. I appreciate that selfless choice of yours. Oh, you're down Jacksonville? I like Jacksonville a lot. Great gambling in Jacksonville. Gone for the whole second period, came back, it's 4-0. Do I have to leave again? Now, I say this all the time. People tell me like, "Hey, I went to the bathroom, they scored. Do I just turn off the game?" Game's not worth it if you're not watching, right? You gotta work through these curses. Yeah, Court is a good dude. Also, hello, hockey. How are you doing? Not ideal. Not ideal. Yeah, we don't most of us seem to be rooting for the Canes. Not great. If it takes a 144p picture to figure this out, maybe we just keep the game going, huh? Fun and crazy places here at casino, sadly. I swear there was a Oh. No, that was something different in Jacksonville. We're not gonna talk about that. There is gambling in Jacksonville. I'm pretty sure someone who is like an authentic Buffalonian as yourself could drink all of that in like an afternoon. You guys can put them away. Beer of choice, typically, I'm gonna go for a Sam Adams, a Boston Lager. That's what I enjoy sipping on. Well, I'm so glad we had this 4 minutes of stoppage to make your determination this. This is what confuses me. You can't review that. So what, you got in a huddle and all talked until one of you decided to call it? Anyway, massive kill here. We need Bussy to stay strong, and you keep that PP out. You need to shut the PP down. I know it's going to be hard at first, but you can make it soft with your tightness. Got a little too on the nose there. I'm not mad at Jarvis for that, right? Like, that's just a bad. American beer is terrible. I don't have a lot to decide what is good beer or bad beer. I like what I like. Gotta get local to jump on the table. I'd do it. I would. I'm an old man at this point, but yeah, as long as someone will stretcher me to the hospital after. How much is left? I know some dudes who can push it down. There's plenty left. I used to be an animal with drinking too. I used to have since high quality wife has been in the picture. This hasn't really existed. Well, not since that, but the past couple of years, this hasn't been a thing. But I used to love Christmas Day because once I went off to college and did my own thing, I used to tell all my friends I had to be with family. I used to tell all my family that I had to work, and then obviously work didn't exist on Christmas Day. I would buy a bottle of Crown. I do not like Crown that much anymore. It's way too sugary for me, but I used to just destroy it. But either a bottle of Crown or a bottle of JMO, and I would sit there with a 12-pack of ginger ale, and I would crush Crown and gingers or JMO and gingers all day, playing a video game of choice, usually a Dark Souls game, and I would just get absolutely hammered on my own in a quiet setting for Christmas, and it was awesome. I would typically finish the bottle, and I would be absolutely hammered. Finishing a bottle a day, I used to be pretty good at that. Now I would die. Too much to drink tonight, I see. My wife is German. We generally drink a Radler, Spatenlager, or Beck's. I like Beck's. I like Beck's. Oh, I'm not a big fan of dog racing anyway, but I don't know the ethics of it. I just assume the ethics aren't great. So, not a fair opinion, right? Not an educated one. But I worry. Keeping PP away from our bussy. Priority number one. Absolutely. Never jumped on a table. Well, now we got to fix that. Yeah, it took longer to call the delay of game than the delay of game. Put the rest of the box for delay of game. The furtive Jameson, so easily forgotten. I see you know your Dark Souls, my friend. All right, locked in. They're in the zone. 124 left on the power play. Kicked out. Good clearance. We get a half change for the penalty killing unit. Oh, Eichel walks right in. Look at that rebound control. Tight. That sounds great. Haven't done that. Slammed a 12-pack in an hour and a half at a campfire one night. Not the best idea. Not the best idea. But at a campfire? Dude, a beer at the campfire, like that does not get much better than that. I see an oh no in the chat. Uh-oh. Kraken River got shut down due to abuse. Yeah, that's the exact reason something should get shut down. Absolutely. I see an oh no in the chat. Are we about to get a rush of messages about a goal? Oh, no. Not a goal. Oh, no. Hold on. I see what the "oh, no" is. Hold on. Yeah, no, no, no. I knew you were talking about the dog tracks. Okay, we're fine. Not "oh, no." We're fine. Believe, Ella! Dano the Mano sounds like a fun day, though, right? Staying in the zone. Vegas isn't set up yet. Carolina's got them kinda closed up. No real passing lanes. Nope, there's the passing lane. Look at Vegas open these up. Well, Carolina's structure holding strong. 23 seconds left of the power play. We're gonna get a good clear here. Oh, yeah. Skating it out by Aho. This is a good job by Aho. That's an extra 6 or 7 seconds off there. Tell you where I gotta get back to, Ybor City down in Florida. Gotta go back to one of those Gothic castle nights. Those are fun, man. As long as you're respectful, you can have a good time there. This is crazy. What a crazy game. I want Carolina to tie this up so badly. Wasn't beer though. It was cheap Mountain Dew, hard, absolutely full of sugar, not great. I've graduated for that to Twisted Teas. Hell yeah. Ella, are you putting Carter Sharp because he allowed another one? Hold on. I'm blocked. Please. Damn it. I was so excited for the next shot to go in. Oh, I want it. I want it so badly. Give me this tie game. This is awesome. Oh, another commercial. Whatever, dude. This game rocks. This is just so fun. This is so fun. Carolina could use Don's Luck Mills. Absolutely, they could. I want him to make the team so badly next year. I hope he's healthy to really compete in camp. He's 22 years old. This was the timeline, right? When he was drafted, we said 4 to 5 years. I think I think he can hit middle six. I think he could be a really good third liner. Oh, I want it so bad. Some dog track trainer got the pups. Coke. You many AKC people believed it might kill the Greyhound breed by taking it away and debating it. That's interesting. That is interesting. But yeah, no, dogs are meant to be loved. And if you want to race them, there's an actually super humane way to do it where you can train them to race and not abuse them because dogs love that shit, right? They love it. It's actually animal abuse makes very little sense to me in general because animals, although it can be difficult, can be trained to do most freaking anything, man. You don't gotta abuse them. Just take the time to train them. Also, if you abuse an animal, uh, you should be dead. You should be dead in probably a horrific way. Popular opinion and all, you know. Every team in the NHL would love to have a lot of spells. He's the guy where this offseason is very interesting for him in particular because if I'm a GM trading with the Boston Bruins, I'm asking if he's a throw-in. I'm asking if he's a throw-in on a trade over and over again. And if Sweeney is as smart as I make him out to be when I talk about him, because I am a Sweeney supporter, I've been very critical of plenty of what he's done, but especially when comparing him across the league, I think he's a good, you know, a good GM. Maybe not great, but good. Sweetie will say, no, he's not throwing. He absolutely is not. We're back in 5:47 left of the game. And we're going into the Canes defensive zone. Mitch Marner. He's hot. Oh, big save by Bussy. And it's the Brett Howden 40%er over there getting the shot saved. This game is fun if Canes tie it. If not, it's buns. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at Bussy stepping up. I need more than when he comes to the Toronto's extra sad. Get this puck out, Canes. 5:06 left. It's 2-on-2. Stank. Whoa, stank. Whoa. That better have gotten deflected, brother, because that was way off. Ah. What spells is my pick for fourth line center next year? Same. Same. This game is like UPL and line and opposing nets for each team. I like how we're all bashing our own teams as we watch this. Carter Hart makes a save. Carter Hart, you little come on. Oh, he did not get hit that hard, did he? What am I doing? Lure coursing with my pop? I mean, it'd be great bonding time, you know? I think Carter Hart just took a dive, right? My dad Chip is a long-haired Toronto Maltese mix, but oh wait, hold on, let me see this. That's a dive. That's a dive. What a pathetic little bitch boy Carter Hart is, but we knew that already. We knew that already. Look at him. Call something. Wow. Call something on that. I don't know why the hands are still here. Anderson literally just diving tackles Stahl. How is this not a power play for Carolina? How is this not a power play for Carolina? Paul gets handed it into Hart, and Hart goes down. And where's the spotter moment? But the replay, that is light contact. Jazz hands. I'm surprised that's not a Carolina power play, honestly. 4:25 left. Oh, it's winning time, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Ford F-150 Final Five. Ford, sponsor me. I can't take sponsors for any of the gambling places. I don't want to convince our youths to gamble. Still think Carolina is winning regulation. I want you to be right so bad. Look at the leg shakes going right now. All right. How about Sebastian Aho gets a goal, huh? Wouldn't that be fun? I'd love another big Jarvie goal, though. Don't get me wrong. Posting out. Oh, Sean Walker almost redeemed himself. A no call on a potentially high stick there. That's a 4-150 Final Five. Everyone dreads a 4-150 Final Five because for the past 3 years, the Bruins just love to get 2 years. The Bruins just love to give up goals late in games. That's it's a Canes pee-pee. It's a big fat Canes pee-pee. Yeah, Hall took an awkward hit earlier. That's awkward. It's not the big hits. It's the hits you didn't see coming. I do pull Bussy. I hate this whole, well, it's a power play. Let's just see if we can score. No, give yourself every opportunity to score. Get the netminder out. It's 2:55 left. They're not going to do it, but I would as a coach. Oh, I drive Toyotas. My Corolla has been going for 15 or for 12 years, not 15. 12 years strong. I will always drive Toyota. Here we go. They're not going to pull him off the face-off. Get possession. Get possession. Get possession. They got possession. And they have clean possession now. Does Bussy go? He does. He doesn't. Oh, the nerves. Oh, the nerves. Oh! What? That was close. That was close. Oh my god, it's staying in the zone too. This is great work by Carolina. You got to get that back to the point. You got to get that back to the point. They're able to. Stays on the wall, wraps around. Get it back up to the point. There you go. Oh no. Caught. Aho keeps it in. Great keep in. Empty net now. Jarvis to Aho. Aho. Download a stall. Trying to punch it in. It's in the net. It's in the net. Does it count? That's immediately the question. You have 8 guys in the fucking crease. Does it count? I'm sure I'm clipping like hell on the mic. I'm sorry. The refs did. That's me. Just. I gotta see replay. Live, it's hard to tell how it even gets in. Stall, stall. Oh, that's all Vegas. I think you're right. I think that's a cross check into his own goalie's crease. Oh, good. Not clipping. Excellent. That should be a good goal. That's such an aggressive cross check. Who is that? Who's 26? They're not challenging. Frankly, I agree. Do you want to be on the penalty kill? Shit, I don't know. I guess it's an argument both sides, but holy shit. Guys, this series is awesome. This is the best finals we've had in I guess the 7 games with Edmonton and the Panthers is great. Oh my goodness. Yeah. No. That's so. It's not just contact too by the defenseman. It's aggressive contact. Like you can't even pretend that he could have prevented himself from flying into the net, right? This was a 4-0 game to start the third, by the way. This is a 4-0 game to start the third period, by the way. 2 goals waved off by for Vegas too. What the hell? Yeah, how about Bussy? Unless he gives up an absolute softie in this one, what a hero, dude. This is awesome. I'm so glad I streamed this. I felt like absolute shit all day. I mean, physically and mentally, just felt awful. And I was like, I gotta stream. I want to stream as much of these finals as I can. I'm so glad we're hanging out watching this one, guys. This is great. And a missed penalty shot. You saw a 4-0 game going to the third. It's tied now. 2 goals waved off for Vegas. A penalty shot. A Marner hat trick. One of the goals being scored by the Canes' own defenseman. Incredible drama. Jack, what was your original prediction? Was overtime the original prediction? You can't take Bus out at this point. Jack, you love me? I love you too. 12 seconds left, by the way. Probably should have been watching the game, but you got overly confident about overtime. Carolina has scored 5 goals. Game tied 4-4. That's a good one. Predicted OT at 3-0. That's right, and 4-0 hit, and you went, you know what? I'm still going to count it. Good work by you, brother. Plus, he is the most normally boring looking dude, but look at what he has created in the third. He's just created holes left and right for his team to capitalize on. Tell you what, that's what a good Buzzy does. Vegas can win this one 5-6 if Carolina scores an overtime. Per Rod Brindamore's definition of a sweep. Chris, that's the best message I've ever seen from you. Good work. Really good work. Yeah, Jack, you did call it. Hawk, you're bringing me back here. A little bit of Tuca's fault. You'll love to see it. I can't believe we're going to overtime. My buddy's gonna call me in the next 5 minutes, guaranteed. As he's freaking out, he sent me a text saying I'm dying. Stress-free hockey, my ass. It's rigged. Who's it rigged for? Frankly. Damn it, I also hate Vegas, man. Marner scores the overtime winner and it gets waved off. That would be really funny too. I'm kind of team funny in this one. Told you the team who goes up 2-0 is doomed. Ella, you're right. Ella, you tend to nail these things too. You're traditionally right in the chat. Who's getting the winner? Sebastian Aho. Aho's going to get one. There's a couple plays late in the third that I was like, ooh, Aho. Ooh. He's going to be – what's going to happen here? This is what's going to happen. It's going to be a dump and chase into the offensive zone. It's going to be great pressure by the first forward, who will be Aho, to create a possession. As the possession moves around, it's eventually going to get back to Nikishin, who is going to center-ish point of the blue line. He's going to dish to Jarvis, who's going to be just above the blocker side circle. And he's going to find Aho for the first time this series in a cross-slot pass that Vegas for once did not cover. And Aho is going to blast this short side. And that's going to be game. That's my prediction. A Bussy overtime winner. A lot of Bussy predictions here. A lot of Bussy predictions. That would be filthy. Thomas wanted both teams to lose. If Carolina get the overtime winning game-winning goal and haven't both teams lost this game, Thomas gets what he wants. Yeah, he's not going to be happy with that, though. Can you imagine the mood in Vegas if they waste a Marner Hattie? I did talk about wasting Hatties earlier. I wonder if we spoke this into existence. The 3+ goal comeback. Unbelievable. No Shield still putting the 6 up there. Thoughts on 2017 series versus Ottawa? Do you want my thoughts on that? Because that was a rigged series. I can't get into this right now. I hate that series so freaking much, dude. That was, I think, the only time in my life where I sat there and went, the refs are doing everything in their power every single game to make sure the Bruins don't win the series. Oh, that was so frustrating. It'll be a soft goal. Okay. That probably means it goes past Bussy, right? Carter Hart is not allowed softies. Vegas loses 5-4. Carolina loses 6-5. The hockey broadcaster formerly known as PK. Jarvis gets the winner. Back-to-back overtime winners in the Stanley Cup Finals. Dude, You understand the legend you're building right there for a 24-year-old kid? How old is he? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Don't answer that in the chat. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. Give me a second. 24. Nailed it. Game just needs an overtime goalie goal. Has there ever been a goalie goal scored where the other goalie was in the net? I don't mean skating back to the bench. I mean literally in the net in the NHL. Taylor Hall game winner would go so hard. One where Vegas has nullified goals. I missed most of the game. I think both of them were in the start of the second, right? I think that's what it was. First, like 7 minutes of the second. After making it to the finals, fraud Brindamore transformed into God Brindamore. One of the funniest bits through the season, at least for the short shift, was Andrew saying that the Red Wings are frauds all year. And then we get to March, right? And the Red Wings are doing their collapse stuff that they always do. And people were getting mad at Andrew, right? There's a few Red Wings fans that were like calling him out and stuff. And we just kind of landed on the Red Wings have to prove him wrong. Well, you can't get mad at Andrew for calling you frauds all year, and then you guys lose like 7 of your last 9 games to miss the playoffs. You get mad at him if the Red Wings make the playoffs. Want that legend for Jarvis? Me too. I love Jarvis so much. This has got game 1 round 1 against Buffalo versus Boston beat. Holy. Yeah. Honestly, this series has at least one better comeback than that game 1 game. Before this game, I mean. I bet Gary Bettman will be taking the victory lap for this cup final after once again setting up junk second and third rounds to the playoffs. I am not one of the people that dislikes the current setting for the playoffs. I think it's fine. Sometimes you get good second and third rounds, sometimes you don't. There is no playoff setup structure that avoids rounds, that truly avoids rounds where sometimes you're just not going to have a great round, right? I will say the conference finals this year they were supposed to be good. If McKinnon and McCarr aren't hurt, I just feel like that the Western Conference finals is at least interesting, right? Thoughts on AJ in New England? I think it's great. I think it's exactly what you need for a young quarterback, and I think you gave up an inconsequential price. You might be jumping, a little quick here. The Patriots need a lot. I know it's weird saying they went to the Super Bowl, but they still don't feel like a truly contending style team to me yet. I feel like they need a bit more, but they definitely needed a wide receiver 1, and that is what AJ Brown is, genuinely. So I think it's a great move, even with the drama around it, because teams can have drama around it this year anyway, right? Carter Hart is probably confused about the goals that got called back because he doesn't know the meaning of. Correct, Ella. Correct. Bussy goes forehand, backhand. My favorite was backhand, forehand because I couldn't shoot super well. But I also was not the Mr. Hands in hockey. I was more of an Andrew Peak. I'm gonna take an absolute hammer shot from the blue line, and it's gonna be a headhunter. And hopefully, I can keep it low enough that it's on net. But if I hurt you, I am sorry. I'm not gonna think about it after though, so I'm only kind of sorry. I don't think this will be a 1 overtime ordeal, maybe 2 or 3. I don't know if I could survive that with the stream, but we'll try. We'll try, right? Oh, shoot. This is the tough thing about the delay. Didn't Olmark do that? Oh, with a goalie in the net? I don't think so. The goal was almost a goalie goal with a goalie in the net, 80 feet or something. That's true. Random question. Would you rather have Elias Lindholm for the rest of his contract or Elias Pettersson for the rest of his? Try to think how many years Pettersson has left. You know what? Let's say it's the same amount of years. I think Pettersson has 1 less year, if I'm remembering correctly. Or 1 more year, actually? Wait, didn't that kick in a year later and he'd already either way. I would rather take the devil I don't know, and I'll take Elias Pettersson. I know it's a bigger contract, right? It could be the wrong decision, but I don't want to stick with the devil I know. I would like to change this devil, please. Oh, I am gonna need to grab another beer. You hate to see it, right? So many beers. It's forcing the beers on me, just forcing them. I also have to wake up at 5 AM because my dogs get up for breakfast at 5 AM, and my lovely, beautiful, incredible wife takes care of the dogs for 4 out of the 5 days in the middle of the week, so I always do it on the weekends because she loves to sleep in. I don't really care about sleeping in, but she loves it. So that's why I try to make sure the weekends she gets to do that. Which also means that if we go to 3 overtimes, that I'm gonna have, like, 2.5 hours of sleep and wanna die. That's fine, though, it's worth it. It's always worth it with these. Comeback wins against the Bruins don't even count, really not impressive. That's years ago, actually, when Carolina beat the Bruins in 7 games, only winning at home, right? I remember tweeting out that, like, "I'm worried about the Canes." This Bruins team was not very good, and the Canes really struggled. And Canes fans tore me asunder, man, right? Like, they mocked me relentlessly for that. Like, "Oh, yeah, insulting your own team to make another team sound worse, real cool," all this stuff. And then they got absolutely mollywopped in the next round, and I was sitting there like, "I said it for a good reason, man." Sometimes you know what your team is, and if a team struggles to beat you, and then you get into this situation, you're like, "I don't think that team's very good." I like the playoff structure, except I think it should be 1 versus 8 in the conference. Other than that, the NHL playoffs are awesome. The team that wins deserves to win. Yeah, I agree. And I would be fine with the 1 to 8 change. I would hate the 1 to 16 change. And if they try to add play-in games, I'm gonna lose my mind. Especially because at least in basketball, which I still think is egregious, with 82 games, you make the playoffs or you don't. Shut up. But at least in basketball, the better teams statistically do usually, right? The team that has a better record in the regular season typically has an advantage in those games and they win those games, even in the smaller sample size of 1 to 2 games, right? In hockey, some of the most lopsided series, right? A 1 versus 8. That 8 still has like a 40% chance of winning the damn series. And we'll call it 30-35. Either way, in one game, that's a coin flip. It's a this is a 58% versus a 42%. It's a coin flip. Hockey is not the sport to introduce playing games. I know they will eventually because they're money grubbing pieces of shit who don't actually give a shit about the sport itself, but it's a bad idea and it's a pathetic excuse for money grubbing assholes. Rich people ruin everything. Vegas thought Halloween came early and dressed up as the Bruins. It's just the Bruins Bash Fest. And you're all correct. Rooting for good hockey, and so far I am winning. Good for you, Donald. And I feel like I'm winning too. Yeah, the net was empty though. That makes sense. Yeah, never with a goalie in net. Would rather have Sebastian. Would you rather have Sebastian Aho or Sebastian Aho? That's a great question. But I think I would rather have Sebastian Aho because defensively, he's just so much more impactful than Sebastian Aho. But he can still bring it offensively. So, like, maybe not the true definition of a franchise guy at his position, but I mean, Sebastian Aho, he's no slump. So I think I go with Sebastian Aho. Thank you for that question. There are too many Ahos. Too many Ahos around here. Do 3 beers in 36 seconds. They would have to be like actually, Land Shark would be a good one to do for that. We've been talking about Land Shark a lot. Guinness is not so much. I had like 8 Sazeracs last night by 3, and my dumb brain still woke me up at 6:40. That's tough. That's tough. Canes annihilated the Bees in the regular season that year, like 17-1 goal ratio. Really? I don't remember that, but I do remember the playoffs just being like, why isn't this Canes team just absolutely mopping us right now? NHL parity is extremely high. It is that. It's also the nature of the sport, right? It's just the bounces, the nuances to it. The dominant team just doesn't always win. Look at Montreal. Montreal made it 3 rounds and got largely outplayed in the 2 rounds beforehand. Uh, Speaking of the 2 rounds beforehand, Jack, I started a new job on Monday, so hopefully we get all the overtime tonight and not during the week with the 5 AM start time. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? So many jobs these days are like, "We're starting you at the ass crack of dawn," but, like, that's unless it's blue collar, that makes all the sense in the world. Either way, congratulations on the new gig. I hope you like it. I hope it's one that you're excited about at least, and not one that you just felt like, gotta get a job there. Off topic, but new interview with Sweeney from the NHL Combine and the Globe. Sounds like GMs are talking trades, and Sweeney's expecting a busy offseason. Comments of Lori too. Lori, I'd be shocked if he's not traded this offseason. Whether or not that's the right decision, I would say I think it's the right decision, but there's certainly a roadmap for that biting us in the ass in the future. But uh, do be aware, CJ, that every single year there are conversations at the combine about how busy the offseason is going to be trades wise. This does feel like a uniquely positioned year for that to actually be true because there's cap space and there's a very weak free agency field, which typically is a very weak free agency field, but you know what I mean there. I don't know. I just while I would sit here and go, I mean, big news coming. It's just really difficult to expect these GMs to suddenly be robust in the trade market. Oh yeah, Chief basically had the same answer there. Yep, yep. If you expect a playoff hockey game to end on time, you're gonna have a bad time. I do even worse if you expect it to start on time. That's just pickleball. Six land shark, excellent. I think I'm only on one before four for this. My next one will be a six Guinness. Which I do have to go get. Yep. Thank you, R Duke, for running out of time. Oh, I'm really. Oh, hold on. Give me a second. Guys, it's my last Guinness. It's the last Guinness. The wedding Guinnesses are finally done. It's my last Guinness. Realistic scenario for Willie Nylander becoming a Bruin. It's a 2%er, brother. They think they need to compete this next year. They don't have their first round pick for the next 2 years. Nylander is not going anywhere. Shots are 25-25. Pretty low for the start of the overtime. I am 50 seconds in right there. Vegas pushing in the offensive zone. They needed a shift like this early. And thank you, Duke, for the reminder to grab a beer. Really appreciate that. By the start of the ass crack at dawn to get out when the sun's still out. Yeah, I agree with that. Ella has Jarvis for the game winner, but right now no one said anything about Vegas. Vegas is cooking. Oh, I'm nervous. Anyone else nervous? That's right, stealthy potatoes. Oh, stickless aho. Oh, still makes the play though. Get it deep, get it deep, get it deep. Didn't get it deep. But pressured. That's important. You don't get deep, but Jackson Blake immediately is like, let me push forward to make sure that they're not able to just chuck this down and get right back in the zone. Uh-oh. Get out? It did get out. It's huge. Oh, oh. All right. Fucking deep, dump and chase. Snake over there to pressure, but easy breakout for Vegas. Vegas dump and chase. Can Bussy make a play here? He does. Oh, a bad fucking pass though. Fuck, I don't know why I had to drop an F bomb there. Chief, you might be the only one in this chat who would hate that. Nylander being a Bruin would be sick. Nylander is that's not offsides. That's a bad call. Oh, that's right. You said Marner for overtime game. We were just waved off. Nylander is better than Toronto makes him out to be, and Toronto already makes him out to be just stellar. The guy is an elite talent. Jeremy Lauzon, that would be funny. What is the funniest result? What goal is the funniest result to this game? Here we go. I am a little afraid that they go with Bussy to start the next game, regardless of the result here. I don't know if that's the right decision. Barbashev or Stankoven? Okay. Oh, what an opportunity, but the pass was too hot. Another opportunity for Svech. Fascinating that no one says fetching up. Another opportunity in front. Oh my god, the kick save. No call on that. That's okay. It's overtime. Not a lot of calls going to be happening. Jarvis overtime winner, but it's in his own net. That is pretty funny. Kotkaniemi would have he would have to come down from the ninth floor, I think. Unless is he playing this game? He's not, right? Oh my goodness. Don't think they'll start Bussy next game? I worry that they might. Carolina back with the puck. Oh, and again, just a little too hot on these passes. Marner own goal would be hilarious. That's true. Oh, the middle finger from the ninth floor. I'm gonna be very honest with you, Chief. There is a version of me in a certain mood that does that. Like a 12-year-old kid, I agree. Like I'm not you're not wrong at all. I also like to be an immature idiot sometimes. Anderson own goal from the bench. That would be funny. Oh, I'm so nervous, guys. I'm so nervous. It doesn't even affect me. Whoever wins this, who cares? I'm so nervous. Oh, the huge opportunity for Vegas here. Can you get it to? Nope. Wow, great back check. That's a great bounce for Aho. That's a great pass by Aho. Miscommunication though. Svetch tries to give it to him up front, and he doesn't even see it. Are they calling that? Or are they? No. T Hall makes all the sense in the world. Well, we already passed the point that the overtime was scoring game two. If this game goes like if we're getting done right around midnight, I'm gonna make pierogies. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go make pierogies. I'm gonna say fuck sleep and just have some bomb ass pierogies. That's a huge face off win for Vegas. And a good clearing play too, but that's icing. Yeah. If you're the Canes, you take this. Just keep that pressure on. Every moment in their zone is another moment advantage you. Nothing better than a midnight pierogi. Hell yeah, brother. That's the same exact play. And they, how is that not icing? What? Oh, I missed where he touched that puck then. I really thought that was very obviously icing. Oh boy. And you can see the nerves. We're passing into skates. Oh wow, a broken stick on the boards like that. No, Martin, you're right. Had a play to make. Still need to order T-Bell. I'm telling you, be careful with the Taco Bell stuff, man. Tiffany will just shoot out of her bed like a vampire, which is actually kind of fun. I would like to hang out with my wife tonight. That'd be fun. Icing on the canes. Oh, I love a Crunchwrap Supreme. You guys are killing me right now. Cereal gonna be fire at midnight. You ever throw them on the grill after boiling to crisp them up? Hold on. So I have done pan fried, I have done boiled, I have done, oven cooked, like they I have never tossed a rogie on the grill after about to drop the puck, hold on. I'm locked in here, though. I'm thinking about this. Yeah, seriously, that draw took 30 minutes, my god. Great win by the Canes. They love these little lob pass that's offsides. Love the old school, Penguins Flurry jersey in the crowd. That's one that I do want. I want a Flurry jersey. Martinook or Stankoven, that'd be fun. Stan Coven. How many crunch wraps should I order? 3. You eat 2 in one sitting, and then the third one you just save if you have an air fryer at least, and then an air fried crunch wrap when you had a bad day. Tim Payne. Benson game winner. Yeah. Pan fries way to go for Rogies. It just depends on your mood. Sometimes I like to make a whole bunch of them baked, and that like they're really crispy and you're biting into a shell. Boiled is great with the right amount of sauce and salt. And, pan fried is great too, but I have to really want to put the work in. I think you're right. Pan fried is probably like it tastes the best, but it's the most work too. The defensive zone faceoffs so far through overtime, that's been huge. These are wins for the defensive team over and over again. Oh, here's Stahl. Just looping around. Get some possession. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Another big block shot by the Canes. By the Vegas, I should say. Oh, that's a bad pass by Barbashev. Good change for the Canes. Never order less than 4 items at Taco Bell. Yeah, if you want to spend $1 billion these days. You're also correct. Come on, Aho. Make a play. Come on, Aho. Make a play. Oh, save, but rebound. Another save. I know Carter Hart's allowed 4, but he's had some really good moments in this game. Boiled pierogi, butter and salt with kielbasa. I'm right there with you. Oh, here we go. This is a great opportunity. When a hockey player does something that you would do in beer league, it always makes you feel a little better, you know? I shouldn't say that. I've never played in beer league before. I would love to. I'd have to learn how to skate again. Fuck, it's been 10 years. I mean, again, we're talking about the Carolinas. They have more of the possession. Puck in deep. Oh! We're fine. Everything's fine. That was a great heads-up play by Ehlers. Wow. Missed a 20 taco box for like $10. Yeah, that was dope. I miss when things were cheap. Vegas does kind of look gas, but I'll say that, and then they'll put together one hell of a shift or one transition. It just takes one play up ice, one puck to the net that finds a way through. Just a lot of Jack, a lot of chasing by Vegas. You know what I miss from Taco Bell more than any of the pricing or anything like that? I miss when I could order their nachos and not get wet slop and have chips that actually were chips and not this wet cardboard. Does an Aho goal determine your parlay or something? No, just Aho has sucked this playoffs, and I really respect him a ton as a player. I really like Aho. Crunchwrap with extra beef, nacho cheese, Locos combo, 3 cheese melt, 5 layer burrito, nacho bel grande. That's for myself, by the way. Brother, you've got an ability to eat. I'm usually a 3 item plus a drink guy. Oh, here we oh, the move. I love 24-year-old Jarvis tries to deke through a defenseman in overtime of the Stanley Cup playoffs. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Carter Hart on his feet. Everything looks fine. Oh, this is scary. Oh, this is scary. Oh, this is scary. Brandon Bussy, dude. Brandon Bussy, dude. This guy. 280. All right. You're a solid man over there. Solid, brother. Wow, what a save from Bussy there. This was scary. Carter Hart loses his balance. He goes down. No Kane can get there in time. Deflection in front of Bussy, no problem. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's not his fault for not having the rebound control there. That's a tip right in front of him. The Taylor Hall's getting up there in age, man. It'll make you feel old real quick. What's the hell out of those crispy chicken grillers? Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is killing me, guys. This is actually killing me because now I'm definitely making rogies. I don't give a shit when this ends. Let's see how Knuckle Puck's doing. All right, guys. He's not going to be having me do this. So, I said I believe in the Canes, brother. This is amazing. He said I don't know what to do with my hands. I'm just nervously pacing and chugging Jack. I can't sit still or be sober. Sounds like playoff hockey to me. That's my guy. That's my guy. Oh yeah, the right-handed glove is a little weird. Honestly, high quality wife introduced me to spicy potato soft tacos. Those things are unbelievable. Never ordered them before until recently. My gosh. I keep they haven't showed any of the crash out from the Vegas ownership box. Ah, I would love to see that. ABC didn't show any of that. Chugging Jack does sound like a long night. Dude, on my bachelor party, I was chugging Malort. I was also blackout by the time I started doing that, though, so you know. We would be friend Bad News Matthews. I assume you're talking to me and not to. There we go. Not the knuckle puck. Was that weird? While talking about being friends, is this weird? Come on, Carolina. Come on. Get this puck deep. You did not get it deep. I'm at 928. Oh, that's a nice, easy turnover. Ah, you gave it right back. You think Cassidy is enjoying this? I don't think Cassidy's enjoying anything right now, dude. I think Cassidy's pissed. Low quality Chicago fan. That icing? Nope. Come on, clean breakout, nice transition play, get a shot on net. And the back check by Carlson. Wild Bill. I do miss the days of Wild Bill. I know he's still Wild Bill, but he's not. Oh, that was scary. Marner was right there. Respect for the Malort. It was my first time trying Malort. It was their way of getting me in my bachelor party, and it's bad. It's not as bad as people make it out to be. Oh, oh, great save, Bussy. Jack's trunks might surprise you. Me and my friends are playing Ready or Not. I love that game. Haven't played in a long time, but I love the game. Every time you died, it meant a shot. Let's say I went through a bottle of Captain. Yeah, that's a game you're gonna die fairly frequently unless you really know what you're doing. And I don't know what I'm doing, but God, what a fun game! It's also fun when you have a couple drinks in you and you start talking to your boys. You're like, "All right, guys, trigger discipline is very important here," and then you just start blasting through everybody anyway. Yeah, Bussy must be having a like I don't know. The goalies are a different breed, so maybe he's just locked in and confident, but I'd be scared out of my mind. I honestly don't know how sports like at this level, how you just ignore the it takes a special breed. Just getting pissed watching Bussy in a pressure situation perform, wondering what the fuck. Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm not gonna argue with that, but the Bruins have been so excellent with their goalie development and just having that next guy. Yes, if Bussy really could be the next guy for a franchise, that's a huge whiff, but missing on one after having Tim Thomas and Tuukka Rask and Jeremy Swayman, I'm fairly comfortable. Like, asset mismanagement, yes. They've been so good about it, you know? You're gonna miss one eventually. And you can make the argument about Dan Vladar, but I need to see it for another year with Vladar. Every puck even towards the net is terrifying. You don't need to be insane to be a goalie, but it helps, truly. You do need to be weird, though. Never met a normal guy who was a goaltender. And that's not an insult. Vegas has been, ever since we said they look gassed, they've been all over it. I'm proud of Bussy, too. Sometimes I just look at Bussy and I go, it's just beautiful. It's just really appreciate you and everything you do for me. Oh, yeah, Jack. Yep. I swear they had a knife. They did not have a knife. Can Carolina make something happen? You got to start in the offensive zone eventually. Chatfield's been very involved. I've been impressed by him tonight. Have to be insane to be a good goalie. Valid. To make it about the Bruins, I was very impressed about how level and steady Sway was in the first round, especially since one, Buffalo kept bumping into him, and two, Sway loves the smoke. Yeah, Sway has been great in every playoffs he has participated in. I mean, I've been wildly impressed with Swayman, and I keep waiting for like it to fall apart just because you're scared of it, not because you expect it. You're just scared of it, and he's just been great. He's a playoff performer. Howden again with a great play. And Vegas is back to work. And Marner has the puck, and I'm scared again. I mean, it's not a battle you can lose. Nice job, Bussy. I'm really surprised that Vegas not only got off the mat after basically 8 minutes of getting run over, but really taking it to Carolina. 3-on-2. 3-on-2. Drop. You had to stick up for the shot. The drop pass comes, and then you act like you're not prepared for it. Sway loves to fight. And you know what? Frankly, I don't want him to actually fight anymore. He got his goalie fight. He enjoyed it. He got to fight, a legend. But when people are like, Sway needs to cut it out, Sway needs to relax, that's how he stays locked in. I really, unless he's taken egregious penalties or anything, I don't have a problem with it. Guilty pleasure drink for when I'm out has been Long Island's. I love Long Island's. That's why you don't drink Long Island's, though, because you can drink 6 of them and then you stand up and your knees don't work anymore. How did they come back for down 4? Hockey gods. 3 goals in 39 seconds. I don't know how else to explain that. Miller overtime winner would be so hyped too. Truly. Correct, Chris. Correct. What did they get in that trade again for Keandre Miller? A first and something, right? Anyone lose yet? Nope. Long night. Absolutely. We might see double overtime. This overtime period has gone quick. Ooh, double overtime does mean I don't have another beer, though. Although I barely touched this one. We're still working through it. Thomas is probably asleep by now. His job and family keep him so freaking busy. He's gonna have to watch highlights of this one. It's almost midnight. But he's probably dreaming about just a collapse of the universe. Oh, oh, yep. Blow that dead. Oh, double overtime means you're breaking into a vodka. How about this? If we get a double overtime and if we get 10 minutes into double overtime, I'll take a shot with you guys. Bad news, Matthews. Uh-oh. The tints are getting a little darker. My man's feeling a little jazzy, if you will. Hear me out. We signed Big Save Dave. I like Dave Rittich. He's a good backup. Out for dinner for a birthday and had 3 or 4 of them stood up and needed help down the stairs. Oh, it happens. Conditional first, a second, and Scott Moreau. I assume that conditional first came to fruition. The 5 beers and 5 shots. I don't care how these guys deal with the pressure. Why does he hate the Canes so much? He's from Connecticut. So not only did the Canes take the team that he really enjoyed, but the Canes keep going back to their heritage with it, and it's just in a tasteless way every time they do the Whalers stuff. So he just takes it as a personal insult. He literally on the last short shift or 2 short shifts ago, he was like, "I hate the Canes so much that I am rooting for the Vegas Golden Knights." He hates Carter Hart. He hates Torts. He's like, "I'd still rather see the Golden Knights win it." It's green? Is it oh, am I blanking on the this is how you know that you're losing your mental edge. The green drink, the green fairy. I love it too. God, do I love the green fairy. What is it called? It begins with an A, and I can't think of it right now. Never play ice hockey as a goalie, but play street hockey a lot as a goalie. Kind of crazy. I love street hockey. I thought he had that. Oh, I thought he had that with the tip in the middle of the slot. What an opportunity. Ah, they clear it themselves. Absinthe. Thank you. The green fairy. God, do I love absinthe. Tastes delicious, just like black licorice. You drink enough, you hallucinate a little bit. Uh, shit's good. You ever do the sugar and the never mind, we're not getting into it. They're basically wearing a dead guy's suit, yeah. Heard Barzal could be available for the right price. Used to watch it when I lived in Seattle as a Thunderbird. He'd give Pasta 60 goals. I'd give a first, second, and Laterno. Ooh, Laterno's a big ask in that deal. But Barzal is a 1C. Oh, I don't know. I'm a little pearl clutching right now with Laterno and Hagens, and I shouldn't be. But I think that's a realistic deal for Barzal. So very good job by you because that's gonna hurt, but it's a good deal. And by good deal, I mean like it is a deal that both sides would consider realistic. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Can you get up there? Can you get up there? Oh, I thought they could have a 2-on-1 going for a second there. Oh my goodness. And Vegas keeps going with these high flyers, so like just get it out, and they're good at them. But Carolina keeps getting possession back real easy. Oh, great pass! No, why overpassing Aho? You ripped that. That was the prediction, by the way. Not quite, but sort of the prediction. Rip it short side, brother. I can't believe Aho doesn't shoot that. I can't believe that. Shoot. Wow. It feels like Carolina just wasted what 3 opportunities here. Okay. Sambuca too. Yeah. What is the airspeed velocity of unladen swallow? European or African? Rather keep Mean Dean. Yeah. We're just not in a position to really like. These are our prospects. We have to hold on to them, But it's just Hagens and Dean right now. I'm really struggling. Like I have to get a guy I really love if I'm moving those two guys. The Barzal trade hurts more because the Bruins could have had Barzal in the draft. We know. We know. Best draft of the last 20 years, so the Bruins fuck it up. Canes always do too much. I can't believe Aho passes there. Is it actually double overtime? Because I'm way behind then, and I have to reset my stream if that's true. If we keep Laterno, Zellers, etc., we must develop them. The only known developer, Goalie Bob, has. Yeah, I think you make a very good point. Chief, I'm right there with you, brother. Prophecy, we know, man. We know. It's infamous, truly. Okay, not yet. I thought I was way behind. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Why? I wasn't even nervous. I wasn't even nervous. I wasn't not even a little bit. Okay, it's double. All right. 20 seconds left. I think I am gonna give a little refresh here. Oh, that's right. I'll have to. You know what? Let me prepare for that. I'll go grab a bottle of something. Probably tequila. Double overtime means I have to Uber Eats it. Brutal. Brutal, brutal. Development is drastically going to change over the next few seasons. Should help Boston a lot thanks to the NCAA. Again, I have to jump into that video of yours, you and Dom's, and to get a better look at this. And I know that the Bruins, a lot of talk about their focus on development and their criticism of people currently running the development. And a lot of talk about some messaging getting out that might not have been supposed to get out. Oh, my boy's texting me. Let's see how he's feeling. He's having a good time. He's having a good time. Oh man, we're going to double overtime. This is incredible. Yeah, Bussy about to get 60 friggin' minutes here. Absent makes the heart grow stronger. I love it. And people every time I haven't had it in a while, but every time I've had absinthe, people are like, this is disgusting. And you're like, you don't like black licorice. That's fine, but it's black licorice is what it tastes like. I'm not I'm never microwaving a pierogi. Hold on. That was really rude of me to say. Because let's be honest. If I was in a situation where I had pierogies and the only form of cooking I had for them was a microwave, I would microwave a pierogi. Let's be very honest with ourselves here. I am not above that. Fuck, do I love pierogies, though? Oh, my goodness. I do apologize. We're 6 beers in. We're probably going to take a shot here in a little bit. The F-bombs are going to be falling. The swears are going to be here. It's just where we're at, you know? And we're definitely it's midnight already. I was about to say we're definitely going to surpass midnight. Does Marner win the Conn Smythe even if the Canes win? You think? No, it has to be historic. It has to be like you were so far and away the best. And so if Marner puts another hat trick and scores 2 points per game the remaining of the series, sure, we're back to that conversation. But they'll find somebody. Taylor Hall, maybe, even though like the point totals might not agree with it there. But I think. Actually, who decides the Conn Smythe, actually? Every year I get confused about who votes for what. I guess it does depend on who votes for it. Ralphie, I'm glad you bring this up because I was wondering earlier, too. Like, is this enough evidence for Carolina to be like, no, we're going to go with Bussy next game? I think that would be a mistake. I think you have to go back to Freddie, but I think at least they have to have that conversation, right? Barzal isn't good enough. Barzal is a very good player. There's a level of assets that I'm just not interested in giving up unless it's a guy that I'm really excited about bringing in. Same reason I love Jaeger. I don't think Jaeger tastes like black licorice. I hate Jaeger. That's an interesting take. God, do I hate Jaeger. I mean, I'll drink it, But it's not. It's funny. Knucklepuck loves that. Him and his wife drink it all the time. When she had her son and she finally gets through all like, you can't drink for a while after you initially have a kid. I just swear she was so excited to just go back to having, I don't know the other name for the drink. I apologize. I know that this isn't PC, but the Irish car bombs. We're in America. You know what that drink means. Yeah, they drink those all the time. Happy New Day, JR. Happy New Day. It is the writers. It might go to Marner, actually. It might. I don't like hard ciders too much. In Iceland is interesting, though. I'll try anything in a new place. I love doing an absinthe rinse in all of my minutes. What? Writers vote for everything but coach and goaltender. Yeah, that's all media, guys. The Canes win. Bussy has to start next, in my opinion. In fact, I think even if they lose now. Interesting. Yeah, I think they got to go back to Freddie, but I don't think – I think it's going to be a hindsight decision where if they go back to Freddie, he's great. I get to say, like, yeah, I was right. Or if they go back to Bussy and he's great, you get to say, or, it goes poorly and vice versa. Tough decision, though. Pocket Jaeger. Always a bad decision, always the right decision. Favorite band while we're on the commercial break? Favorite band? The Toadies are up there. The Hives are up there. Oh, Foreigner is probably my favorite. It varies. Like, I can go a year without listening to a band that I really love. But if I'm going to go all-time favorite, it's probably Foreigner. Did not have Bussy playing at the Stanley Cup final before Swayman. That was a humbling thing to read. That hurt my feelings a little bit. Good work. Really good work. The Dublin Drop, is that another way for – yeah, I like that. It's probably a lot better than Irish Car Bomb. Barzal isn't coachable. Barzal trade only works if the Bruins can get one of the Islanders' defensemen along with Barzal. So, what does a Barzal Romanov deal look like? Right? Is that so? Lori, obviously, 2 firsts is involved in that deal. One of them being the Toronto pick. Lori's in that deal. Zellers is definitely in that deal. I think you're giving up multiple firsts and Zellers, unless you could convince him Cooper Simpson is the guy to take there. No matter what they do, I'll pretend I was right. Hell yeah, dude. That's how we watch hockey. Stop making up bands. Ella White. Toadie's Feeler was better than the demos. Toadie's is like, it's so hit or miss, but their albums, listened from start to finish, tell stories that are usually dark and disgusting, but like they're interesting. The lead singer of Foreigner grew up in my hometown. Yeah. That's very cool. One of my favorite stories about him, when they were talking about putting the band together, they basically had the band, but they didn't have the singer yet, so they were doing auditions for it. But when this guy came in, I can't remember his name. And I'm not like that kind of music fan. Like, you could be my favorite band, but I don't know the names of the people who are actually friggin' in it. I'm not a big concert goer. But he steps into this audition with them and he starts singing. And what was in their minds going to be like a fun band thing, right? That was going to make some money, and they were, they thought they were going to be good. All of a sudden, they were just like, "Oh my God, we're going to be one of the best bands in the world." And truly, the voice is incredible. I mean, it really makes them. Yep, the Hives are excellent. They're great stuff. I think they're probably the band I listen to the most, but I don't think that really qualifies as, favorite. Do you think we have to commit to the pasta window for Cup, or do we go into rebuild mode? I think the decision's already made, so it's a moot point, right? Like, I can recognize that what we're trying to do is incredibly difficult and very rarely successful, while also recognizing that it's possible and that the team has made the decision to pursue it. So whether I agree with it or not doesn't really matter all that much, because my focus is going to be on, well, the path is a retool into contention. They've built some assets very quickly. They did a great job with that, and they're going to be looking to use those assets to be competitive. That's where I'm at. I think it was worthwhile, and we'll see if it ends up being the right decision or not. But I still get a lot of comments from people talking about how necessary it is to do a rebuild. That conversation is so far gone. They're not doing it. So we're kind of wasting our breath on that if we were to have the whole, like, should they kind of conversation, I don't think you're getting Barzal and Romanov without losing one of your top 3 center prospect. I think you're right. But if I'm giving up Hagens, I'm hoping I don't have to give up multiple first rounders, And then right below that's too much capital. Like, it's funny how we differ in our conversations about what the value is for these guys. Going to your first concert this summer, that's fun. Kyle, have a great night if you do choose to go to bed. Look like a Weezer guy. I do enjoy Weezer. I do. Sweater Song is a great one. King Gizzard and the Lizard Whiz. Classic band would be Dio or Zeppelin. Dio is great. Zeppelin's fun. I don't know what King Gizzard or the Lizard Wizard is. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard is the same thing. That's one band name. Got it. Right? No, you said bands. Those are 2 different ones. They just happen to rhyme. Top 6 bands: Angels and Airwaves, Rolling Stones, AC/DC, Guns N' Roses, Journey, and Van Halen. Journey's, I hate Journey. I hate them. Don't Stop Believing. You know what every theater nerd plays the second they learn how to do anything on a piano? Don't Stop Believing. I've heard that song a billion times, poorly sung by a bunch of people who are theatrical. One of my biggest issues with being a theater kid is I hate theater kids. I love them. They're my family, but theatrical. It's like just you don't have to be the center of attention all the time. I have a very weird oxymoronic kind of relationship with theater. I love it. I love being the center of attention. I love performing. I love being jazzy and whatnot. But man, some people are so insufferable in the theater world and so very pretentious that it's hard to enjoy it sometimes. I love my hometown because the music scene is huge. Always indie underground acts playing all over the city. That's awesome, man. You never know what you're going to run into when you go to an event like that, you know? Whitechapel last December. That's a 6 show. Interesting. Yeah, I am very much a like, I'll listen to everything. Country, the only country I can really get on board with is the folk rebel stuff, like bluegrass, fuck the government stuff. Modern country I find to be a slap in the face of anybody who's actually country. I find it bizarre. All this stuff that's just like my truck and my boots and all this stuff, and they're just buzzwords, and none of them has any meaning or substance. It just feels very odd that people who would actually be country would listen to that stuff and enjoy it. But again, that's not really my way of life. So I might be way off base there. I just don't really understand it. See her in a smoky room. It's an addicting song, but I just hate it so much. I see Journey on the radio. I'm just like, nope, moving on. I can't do it. Okay, King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard is one band. Okay, good. Okay, I'm not an idiot. Maybe Coldplay concert when the cheating scandal. Excellent. I still find that funny because, well, A, don't be a cheating asshole. Let's start there. Don't do that. But B, had they just chilled and not freaked out, no one would have ever noticed. No one. Maybe there's the odd chance that someone in their lives went, I know that guy or I know that girl, but largely no one would have noticed. But when they went, oh, everyone's like, well, let me figure that out. Shania Twain belongs in a category of her own. Oh yeah, the musicals are awesome. I listen to musicals all the time. And in fact, Chess went back to Broadway. I didn't even realize that there's a new cast recording for Chess. It's one of my all-time favorite shows. No one wants to buy tickets to it in a non-professional setting, right? It's not that interesting of a show if you don't actually know the history behind it. It's Tony bait. Absolutely is it Tony bait. Like, you know how you see movies all the time with you're like, that's an Oscar bait movie. You did this movie so you could win an Oscar. Chess is kind of a Tony bait show, but the music is phenomenal. Anthem is one of the best songs ever written and ever performed. It's a beautiful show, and I still haven't listened to the soundtrack. I have to do it for the new cast. Country seems like at some point they collectively decided to commit to the bit way too hard. Yeah, that sounds right. And the thing is, the comment before you, the CMA, right? Country Music Awards, the fact that you had to make your own category, it's just dumb, right? And the one, I'm not, a, I don't want to do the whole politics thing, but what has been fascinating about this administration is the amount of anti-government music that has been made recently, which has always been something I've really enjoyed, regardless of administration. I'm vibing with it. There's so much coming out that I'm just like, hell yeah, dude, this is great. Let me grab some liquor before this game starts and a shot glass, just in case. Just in case. We made it. I was taking too long. Puck drops. We are 13 seconds in. Ah. Well, Tito's. Endgame Part 2. I will check it out. Oklahoma is a good one. Pity the Child is so good. So good. And chess just doesn't draw a big enough crowd. It's a bummer. Schoolhouse Rock is fun. Yep. Yep. All right, I'm getting locked back into the game. I'm back to being nervous, by the way. I just got right back into the chills. Man, Sean Walker has to feel like an asshole right now, right? Scoring on his own net. I'm 2 minutes back. Oh, that is a pretty drastic difference. Annie's Annie's an interesting one too. Oh, Tristan, that's so cool, man. Uh-oh. Vegas is flying to start this one. And I love this. You just get them in a dangerous area. 1v1. One to beat. Oh. Good defensive play, though. Again, they're just like, let me just get this towards the net. Sportsnet just said that Cole Smith set a record for most hits in a single Stanley Cup final game with 14. Wow. He's got more to go, too. Carnival, I'm not super familiar with. Hairspray, that's a fun, goofy one as well. I am now at. We are 2 minutes, 17 seconds in. The whistle just went. Hey, Brandon, how you doing, man? Yeah, no, I am firmly in the camp of wanting the Canes to win. My best man at my wedding is a huge Canes fan. And while he actively roots for my suffering in every sports event ever, I can't help but root for him to enjoy a Stanley Cup win. Can't help it. I'm just a better person, you know? I'm just a better human being than him. Just Boston Red Sox 49. You think I don't know Cannibal the Musical? Oh, wait. Hold on. No, I don't. I'm thinking of Silence, which is about Hannibal. I don't know Cannibal the Musical. But Silence I do. And you got to look up Buffalo Bill's song of Silence. It's unsettling. Oh, this is a good key. Here we go. Kane set up. Cheers, Benjamin. But you know I'm down here in SC too. I couldn't keep it in. Better, taller, drunker. I'm telling you, man, the song is unsettling. Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me. It's very uncomfortable. I like the Marner story after Leafs. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Beauty and the Beast was my first ever show. I was ensemble, played a bunch of different roles, but it was what first got me to fall in love with theater. Which, let's be honest, I started theater because chicks. I had a friend who was like, "Hey, we need more guys," and I was like, "Hell no." And she was like, "Look, you'd be one of like 4 straight dudes, and there'd be 40 women in it." I'm like, "All right, never mind, I'm in." I have enough liquor to get through 3 or 4 overtimes. I don't know anything about, I don't have enough beer, unfortunately. Whew! Is swearing allowed here? Absolutely. Absolutely it is. Say Christian chat. Doing Broadway for my marching band's field show theme this year. Fan of the football field. Here we come. Hell yeah. That's gonna be so fun. Better man than me. My best friend is a Leafs fan. And he asked me if there's any scenario I would cheer for the Leafs, and my unironic answer was I would rather die. It does help that the Canes and the Bruins have next to nothing as far as rivalries go. Even the series we've been involved in have like they just haven't built that animosity from my end. Oh, 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 Bussy, smart play. Just dive on that. Canes winning at Marner winning the Conn Smythe would be peak. It would be so good. Rum it is. That's right. We got a full bottle of vodka that I'm definitely not getting through tonight. My first show was Arsenic in Old Lace, but I was set crew. So you weren't wearing lace, is what I'm gathering from this. Lame is? Yeah, if I want to sit through 3.5 hours. Um, Empty Chairs and Empty Tables is one of my audition songs. Love it. The male horse for Mother Necessity. I had to ride a stick horse across the stage. Second overtime Stanley Cup Finals. We're talking about musicals. I love it. It turns out a bunch of us are musical nerds. This is great. Oh, get there, Aho. Unable to. Hey, look at Vegas just keeps getting to these forechecks, though. I wonder if that wears down the Canes for an overtime winner, you know? Oh, offsides there. We'll get it out. Get it out. There's clean breakout. Come on. Chatfield in deep. Stalls right there chasing. Uh-oh. Oh, no. They got this covered. Uh-oh. People are saying own goal. Hold on. I'm way behind. Oh, no, I'm way behind. Oh, no. People are upset. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, they had a chance to clear. They had 2 chances to clear. Wow, how I'm way far behind then. There's a battle behind the net. Everyone's saying it's a rough way to end. I'm concerned how bad this looks. Wow. I feel like I still owe you guys a shot, right? I feel like I still owe it to you. That is a funny game-winning goal. So I guess they're going back to Freddie next game, huh? It was, my favorite shot glass from the Cliffs of Moher. Most beautiful place in Ireland? What a bummer. I wonder if my boys already texted me. That's brutal. Oh. He doesn't even try to go around with the glove. What? Oh, he just kicks it right in. He just kicks it right in. Jack, you did call a soft goal. Good night, Brandon. Have a great one, dude. What a great game to end in such a shit way. Thank you guys. As you head out, cheers. Congratulations on a great second overtime game. 4-7, no shield. You're correct. I didn't get to see the Vegas team miserable at all, the ownership team. And then they show them when they're happy. Gross. Gross. Dude, thank you for that reminder. Yeah, we'll shoot a little like, a subscribe if you guys are interested. Chief, more fuck cancer funds. Thank you for the generosity, brother. Thank you so much. 10 hard-earned dollars to fuck cancer. We love that. Thank you, brother, and thank you for hanging out. As always, an absolute pleasure to have you in the chat. Jack, absolutely. I hope to be streaming Monday as well. But thank you for hanging out. Go Sabres. You know, do your thing. Flugie didn't see it. Poor Bussy. We may see him again. Thanks for taking. Yeah, absolutely, Ralphie. You have a great night, man. You have a great night. Blackhawk, have a good one. Boston Red Sox 49, have a good one. Oh, it's Tuesday. Okay, well, keep that in mind. 7-Track, have a great night. Thank you for joining. John Kirk, you as well. Have a great night. And yeah, Cliffs of Moher. Just, I felt like home for me. Bad News Matthews, more fuck cancer. Hell yeah, dude. I hope everyone got their Taco Bell as well. But thank you for your generosity, man. What the? Cheers to you as well. No shield. I'm hoping for more Bussy. Absolutely. Tuesday, not Monday. I'm gonna call my boy. I'm gonna call him and make sure that he's okay. That he's. I've received 8 text messages, none of which I can read out loud. So he's not great, if we're gonna be honest with ourselves here. But hey, have a great night, Benjamin, Dano the Mano, Duke. Just you guys take care. Thank you so much for hanging out. This is a great stream. This is a great time. I'm a little blurry at this point. It's 12:30 a.m. I'm still gonna get pierogies though. I'm still gonna go make them. I'm still gonna do it. This is important to me. A South Carolina ballet. Oh, Benjamin, hold on. Are you in the Discord? DM me. We gotta talk. We gotta talk about that. I haven't seen a ballet in a long time. Absolutely, we go. Absolutely. Stealthy potatoes, dude. 50 CAD. Are you kidding me right now? Fuck cancer, dude. Hell yeah. Thank you. And Stealthy, I mean, for those of you who don't know, Stealthy's the man. Like, just been supporting the channel for a very long time. Been a member of the channel for a very long time. He's a really funny dude. He's kind of the meme king that we have in the Discord. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you so much. Thank you for the generosity. I'm pumped. Damn, sucks the way that ended, but what a great stream. Thank you guys for joining. Really appreciate it. Nosik, absolutely. And I'll see you at Dev Camp, I assume. Andrew, Cliffs of Moher, absolutely. Absolutely. Great. Okay, I'm gonna end this, and I've received 4 more messages. Okay, I'm gonna end this and call my boy. Have a great night, guys. And as always, go be